The music ends, and thus, arguably, it could either be the greatest time for people interested in my channel, or they've already left because their favorite song has now shut off. It could be either way, honestly. For once, we're on time. Whether you want to count as starting stream counts as starting on time, that's up to you, folks. That really is up to you. But for me, I hit that start stream button at 10 o'clock, and boom! Look at that. It says live. And then there's a wonderful picture of me. And then if I click over here, it's gameplay. Oh my god, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Persona 4 Golden, that's what it says. Load her on up as we are nearing 99 hours and 40 minutes. Yeah, something like that. Bringing everyone up to speed from the last time we played this was only a few days ago. Sort of got an option that things took quite the turn in the game, and you'll see so. But I was off to get my hair cut, my ears lowered, as they would say. Oh, had to get that out. That's a squeezer. And so I had to leave abruptly. So if you're watching the VODs, you may have noticed we're stepping back a little bit. So I wrote down all my answers that I had from the previous stream, because that's where we're going to start off. Because those answers are super important for what's going forward. So as we are at Yasogami High in the morning of December the 3rd, this is basically sort of the start of everything. Nanako and Dojima are in the hospital. Namatame is we're figuring some shit out. Let's just put it that way and figure out what
here's a story about
the plan is.
Some specialists are raising concerns that this fog may consist of harmful substances. More and more citizens are calling for an investigation into the
coffee,
cause of the
of course,
fog and
coffee.
facts about it. Though the government has begun its preliminary investigation.
Yes, it's always about the government being involved with the fog.
Is this fog really dangerous?
You wouldn't believe it, Chie.
You hardly ever see people walking around town anymore. Or here either.
Everyone's too scared of the fog now to go outdoors much.
It does seem a lot like the fog on the other side.
Sure does, Teddy.
But beyond that, I'm clueless.
Yeah.
There's another item of note here. A summary of Namatame's career with details about the case. The suspect was having an affair with the
So this is where they break it down of what Namatame. I have my own theories, and I'll share them with you as we sort of go along with this, because it makes a little bit more sense.
Performed a copycat murder. The boy was initially.
But I should probably not talk while people possibly would be listening to Naoto talk, and even while I'm talking right now, I'm not shutting up. But no.
Kidnap a 7-year-old girl of Inaba, resulting in his arrest. It seems Namatame is still confined to his hospital bed, so further interrogation has yet to commence.
Yes. So they can't question him because he's out of it.
A lot of stuff's happened, but all that's left is for the police to build a case for Namatame, right?
But essentially what happened with, just to bring everyone up to speed here, the Namatame, when we found him in heaven with Nanako, any other person that you run into usually has their shadow self, and they have to defeat their shadow self in order to live. There was no shadow Namatame. There is later, which we will see, but it's weird how that was come up. So it made me think in my head that there's a theory going that Namatame is out to save people. There's no denying that he's throwing them in the TV, but I think there's some other party that's making people appear on the Midnight Channel, and it is not Namatame. Penguins wearing tuxedos, welcome on in. How are you? Yes, can they prove anything? It's not that Namatame will confess. Our work is not done. That's for damn sure. It's what can they prove he has done? That's the problem.
But the stuff he was saying was so obvious.
Just meh?
If he says anything
Just tired? I mean, surprised you didn't come in here and call me bald or a nerd right off the hop. Is everything okay on your side of the pond?
It's difficult to build a case.
Yes, there are many such cases and culprits. It's the eternal conundrum for crime investigators.
Tired. It's like the hot time of the afternoon for you.
Can't do shit.
It's a possibility.
Hell's up with that. We all know he did it. You can't just let a maniac who thinks
Sleep
he's
schedule. Yeah, that'll have it. That'll have it.
streets.
They better not dismiss something this serious because of some mental issues. Saki-senpai.
Careful with that wordage there, Yosuke. You might get yourself in trouble nowadays with that type of talk.
It's his fault. If it weren't for what he did, nobody would have tried a copycat killing. It's his fault Nanako-chan's in the hospital right now, too.
You're reminded that you made a promise with Nanako to buy a new kotatsu.
What's the matter?
And we are at Junette's, so we might as well buy one. I actually, like, outside of working night shift, last night I was up till almost 2 in the morning, which is a rare thing for me. Usually when I have to go in for night shift like I do today, usually I would stay up
Why didn't you tell me sooner?
3 or 4 in the morning. That was long before the little guy was born, but I felt like I was sort of getting back into it. Still had to wake up at like 8:30, 9 o'clock, but oh geez, yep. Let me go get those.
Getting a kotatsu? We better get some oranges to complete the set.
Gotta throw on some shade. It is bright here. It is rather bright.
The best compliment to a kotatsu would be a heated rug.
Dude, that much juice would kill the breaker the moment you tried to microwave something. Oh yeah, you've never used a kotatsu before, huh, Ted? It's nice and toasty.
Can I still stay here? You kept your promise to me.
That was a good call, Penguins. It was a good call. Are you what we would refer to as
Chan gets better.
a whale when it comes to P points? I'm curious.
Do we have to say this
We
before
do
it gets
we do
through
know
to
of
you?
some whales that are popping on in. Just need a little bit of a wipe. 6.1k. Okay, I don't know. Would you consider yourself a whale? That's
Don't be
6.1k.
silly. We saved her to
I mean, you're no Elon Musk with billions of points, but
We couldn't have done that without you.
it's funny. I was thinking about this the other day.
You shouldn't talk that way when Nanako-chan is still.
I have points that people like to spend
You guys.
that get me to do things, but I was in the Happy Hobbs channel. He plays Dark Souls and tries to do no hit runs. I have 575,000 points in his channel. A, because I've watched him for a long time. B, because he does put out some predictions, and I've done extremely well with those here and there. But he doesn't have any points of like, oh, let me do something cool, like throw sunglasses on or stuff like that, or drink from this giant mug type of thing. It's a little weird, but it sort of like leads you to hoarding points. You save at least 5k for no heals. Well, that ought to work. There we go. Okay, we got some shades. You can come on. See, I never really caught this on before. I never caught this on. I was like, come over to my place, or you can stay here. The staying here was in reference to staying at Junette's, and that's a piece of shit move. You know, Teddy, come on over to my place, my friend. Come on over to my place. I'd love to have you.
Can I really?
That's right, you're just...
Good call with the sunglasses, though, Penguins. These are working. These are working. I love it. I love it.
That's a great idea. I'm sure she'll be out of the hospital by then.
Yeah.
But none
Out of the
us
hospital by
touched
then.
Yosuke
Sure.
stuff This time. Seriously. We're clear on this, right?
Yosuke, you
Oh,
can clearly
come
see he's
on.
upset about that.
We do something like
We've thrown a
that.
little too much money towards his
Dude, the clothes you got for this guy?
his end.
I almost pissed my pants when I saw the receipt. How many days do you think I had to work to pay that off?
3.
Well, I can't help it if Juness overcharges for things.
How else is Juness gonna make money if you're not overcharging on literally everything?
It's not like Chie-san's ever had the occasion to help a guy shop before.
What? What did you just say?
Come on, baby. Don't fight over me.
Oh, well, no one's fighting over you. Yep, see? And Yukiko and her laughing fits are... They're just about as set in stone as water is wet.
Have a present for Nanako-chan on our own.
But what would a girl her age want?
I believe we chose a Jack Frost doll, and that seemed to be fitting relatively.
Yeah, that white round shape's the best.
How could you not pick the Atlus Persona mascot? I guess it's just like the Atlus mascot, not yes for saying that it's a Persona mascot, because it's also in Shin Megami Tensei games as well, which arguably are also Persona games, but also not. Hi, dudes.
Oh, no, you're not. Are you trying to send Nanako-chan back to the hospital?
What do you want to show me? Uh-oh. Goddamn penis phones are going off.
Hello, this is Adachi. I want you to stay calm and listen to me, okay? Nanako-chan's condition suddenly got worse.
What's the matter?
The doctor wants you to come to the hospital immediately.
That's never good news to get from a hospital. Never good news.
Come on, let's go.
Off to the hospital we go. Now, who's driving? Are we all just taking our own little, scooters on over there? Hopefully there's scooter parking. So essentially the way it goes is, she was in the Midnight World. Namatame kidnapped her. But no one really knows what's wrong with her. Picture it sort of like Padme in the old Star Wars. You can't really tell what's there for her. She sort of has like no will to live type of thing. I don't know. It's not like she's pregnant. She's not giving birth to Luke and Leia.
What a commotion.
Obi-Wan Kenobi's not sitting there. There's going to be no Darth Vader at the end. No.
All we can do right now is monitor her condition closely. Dojima-san, you need to return to your...
I don't give a damn about myself. Do something about Nanako.
Dojima-san.
Dojima-san's also injured because he was in a car crash chasing after Namatame, who kidnapped Nanako.
We'll do our best. I must ask you to step outside for the time being.
Yeah, you might not want to see this.
Nanako.
Thing is, artsy game, a guy who has points and nothing to do with it, has viewers with like 4 million points. Oh, I'm sure there's people out there who have majillions of points. Like, I probably could have had close to 1 million, 1.5 on Hobbs' channel if I didn't do anything. Also, if you're like a higher tier sub, you get more points with a multiplier for watching. But
Damn it.
Again, there's some people who utilize them, and do stuff. Like, even at the beginning, I had them for the longest time when they came out on the beta program, and I didn't really know what to do with them. I relied on you guys to, like, hey, come up with ideas for stuff to do, right? Like, some of them are cool, some of them are, whatever. But, like, other people have, like, just weird sayings that they put up or highlight my message type of thing. Yeah. It's weird. Why does this have to happen to a little girl like this? Dude, we all feel the same way. Bald nerd. There it is. There it is.
Nanako-chan's gonna be okay, right?
I mean, it's neither, right? Well,
How is Dojima-san doing?
I can't say I'm not a nerd. I'm playing a Japanese RPG. I'm streaming. That's basically nerd-like stuff. Bald? No. She'll see my style. She's like, it's like I cut the hair of 3 people. It was quite, I had the wings and everything. Where are you going? Want a different show?
What's that mean?
I talked with the guys at the
I
station.
don't want you back there.
It'd be next to impossible to find him guilty in court, especially given the reason why we.
I need to go boot up Persona 5R and at least get past the tutorial.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that'll take a while.
Something about him having an alibi.
You don't need no alibi. New Game Plus. Okay. Does it let you bypass the tutorial in New Game Plus?
No one would believe that. What the public wants is when, where, and how.
Charlie's Coliform City, yeah.
Well, ain't you calm about this?
I'm just telling you.
You need to be calm.
And you call yourself a cop?
You get a ton of stuff for free.
You want to see that stuff so bad? We'll show you. Hurry up and bring a TV here, damn it!
Hey, stop!
Okay, that's pretty cool.
What the?
Hey, Miss, we were all right there.
Nanako-chan's family here.
They are. I mean, I'm the only family member, but. So this is basically where we left off before, where some shit's gonna go down. So
Nanako-chan.
this is where some questions have to be answered. No, not on top of Dada's desk. Don't get mad at me.
Daddy.
You can have it and play with it over here. Alright. I get Kawakami from the start. The massage. Ooh. A little sensual massage. So, I have it written down of all the choices I made from the previous time. This is one of those answers where it doesn't matter the option you pick. She's waiting for Dojima, who, like I said, is also in the hospital from a car accident. So basically any one of these you can pick. It doesn't matter. I chose Hang In There.
Nanako-chan.
Flying
Nanako-chan.
babies.
Can you hear us? Do you understand what we're saying? Your big brother's here with you. Just hang in there. Where's Dojima-san?
Not on Dada's desk, please.
Right now.
Stop yelling. Come here. You play with it over there.
How's Nanako?
Can't argue with a child who wants to play on my desk, obviously, right?
Doctor.
I asked my son if he wanted to watch me stream earlier. It was an emphatic no. Here's the first one. Oh, maybe this is the first question. Because that's not the answer I have here. So maybe that's like a bunch of questions. Big bro, I'm right here. You're asking for me. There we go.
I'm scared.
Are ya? Scared? Would be too.
Daddy.
We're here for you, Nanako. Everyone gets to relive this again. Oh my god. CPR? Anybody?
Nanako!
This man can't take it. Lost his wife.
I'm sorry, sir.
And now, his daughter. Well, you know, Dojima, it's just gonna be you and me now, unfortunately. We can make coffee, and this man's...
Damn it!
Damn it indeed, Yosuke.
Nana-chan.
We did everything we could.
Did you?
Still couldn't figure out what caused
It didn't look like you were doing everything. I might as well be a dead man walking right there. Do I have anything to do after stream? I have to take my son to my parents before I go on into work and got a few errands to do.
Dojima-san, what's with that look? Huh? What's wrong, everyone?
Read the room, Adachi. What do you think happened? You think we just cry for no apparent reason?
Dojima-san go. His room isn't that way.
Yeah, and then of course work, which is always great. You know, gotta make that money. Apparently streaming isn't lucrative enough for me yet.
Senpai! Senpai!
Maybe one day.
Dojima-san might have gone after Namatame. Adachi-san said
Yes.
this hospital.
I am, but last stream I already passed this part, so I have all the answers written down of what I picked before. Wolfslayer sort of directed me to... He didn't tell me what to pick, but he sort of urged me to, you know, not say the wrong thing. So again, I don't think this one... I don't think this is another one, because I have it written down of, like, first one's any option, then the second one's, well, wait a second here. So I think it's when we are in Nanako's room, or Namatame's room, sorry. So, what are you getting mad at me for? This is the biggest hospital and he's in no condition to be moved. Why didn't you say anything? Yeah, these all sort of don't matter.
The details of a suspect's hospitalization are confidential information.
Shut up, Adachi.
Just tell us where he is already. Dojima-san's on his way, ain't he? You don't know what he's gonna do there if we don't stop him!
Well, we have a general idea of what he may do.
Hold on. Just what are you guys talking about?
Cough it up! Where's this room?
Top floor in the 2nd surgical ward. Furthest room back. But there's a police guard.
Off we go, bunch of Teen Titans. Meanwhile, Nanako's hospital room.
I was always watching over Nana-chan, and I still couldn't save her. It happened in my world. Even though I was the only teddy in that place, I still couldn't do anything.
Let go of me. I need to speak to him.
Yeah, yes, you do. I mean, it's not like we have to worry, like, does he have, like, a gun strapped to his underwear underneath? He's probably naked underneath, right?
The hell with you all! Why is he
And sort of the same of what Dojima is getting angered over, not only has Nanako passed away, but it's starting to settle in that Namatame might not even see any jail time or get convicted or anything like that. So it's sort of setting a, like, figure on everybody, like, this guy can't get away with this. That's sort of the theme right here, right now.
I'll go alert the doctors.
That's my theory. He's not the killer. That's my theory, is he's throwing people in the TV, and if you have to watch his wording, Namatame's wording, even the last stream, the stream previous one, it's all starting to come together. He makes it very clear, or at least tries to,
probably knew. There's little to no
to state that he's saving these people. He sees people on the Midnight Channel.
He killed Senpai.
Right? So he's watching just like we are. So that's the thing you have to pay attention to. He sees people in the Midnight Channel. He sees who it is. He then takes that person and throws them into the TV world to be saved. That's Namatame's call.
Why is he the one that gets to
My take is, or my theory is that the way that they get saved is because he knows, I don't know if he knows it's us, but he knows someone is going into the TV world and saving these people. That's why he puts them into the TV world. That's my theory. So he's throwing them in there, all that stuff, but as I said, someone is making people appear on the Midnight Channel, and it's not Namatame. So that I don't know. That's what we're getting at. What are you doing?
I was scared, so I...
You have your life, and now you want your freedom too?
I mean, he's on the 2nd or 3rd floor, so it's gonna be quite the fall.
I didn't.
12 o'clock. Is it the Midnight Channel?
And that is the Shadow Namatame. Or they want to refer to him as Other Namatame.
Another Namatame? How? The real one's right here and we already beat his shadow.
No. Come to think of it, Namatame never faced his
Naoto is correct. We never did.
His shadow returning to his body as a persona either. Perhaps that's why we're seeing this now.
What the... I failed. But it wasn't my fault. And the law can't touch me anyway. What?
Is that what Namatame's really thinking?
Probably.
He wasn't deranged or anything. He knew what he was doing.
To hell with the law. I won't ever forgive what you did.
This... Please! Stop! Huh? Stop what? We ain't even done anything yet.
Oh, he knows what's coming.
Want us to do something. Something fitting for a bastard like you.
Kanji...
Do whatever you want. You hate me because the child died, don't you? I don't care either way. Living or dying, Makes no difference to me. But you're different. You can't do such a thing. You wouldn't dare, right? I'll continue saving people. It's my mission.
Mission?
Interesting.
My God.
Please, stop.
He wants us to stop. What should we do?
What do you mean?
We can't let this bastard do whatever he pleases.
Still, what are you going to do?
No way I'm gonna walk out of here doing nothing.
I understand, but...
This must be a luxury suite. Most hospital wards don't have such large
So what we're contemplating here,
something like this in the room,
and what we saw
escape at any time.
in the previous stream,
He may find there's no way out.
and Naoto is touching on,
Wait a second.
is
Are you...
if we throw him in the TV,
You just gonna turn your back and walk away?
he's gonna be gone. Sort of wash our hands of it. But I don't. As I've said, my theory doesn't work with that. Everyone is really upset and mad because it's all settling in now. Nanako has died.
We won't get a second chance.
And this guy's probably not going to get thrown in jail or get convicted. So we're all mad about that type of thing.
You just heard what this bastard's really thinking. If that happens, it'll be just like Nanako-chan and Senpai. Who knows how many innocent people will die this time? I can't let something like that go. Someone close to me died. Her killer can't be convicted. And now I'm gonna let the same thing happen again?
That's what it sounds like.
There's no way I can do that. It's just wrong, isn't it?
But Yosuke...
All we have to do is push him inside the TV. That's it. We do that one thing, and this is all over.
Just push him inside?
If any of you want no part in this, just leave the room. I'm not gonna force you to stay. As for me, nothing could make me forgive this bastard. But before we do this, I want to hear what you think. What do you want to do, leader?
First of all, give me a sec. All right. Yeah. So the question is, we have to wait a second here. What do you got in there, buds? Let me see. I knew that's what you had. Let me see your hands. Shit. Give me a second. See. Head one here for a sec, bud. Give me 2 seconds. It's like the worst time, but... Sorry about that. I know, don't you love when people say that? It's been 2 seconds. Okay, so, yes. We do not want to push him in. And we also don't want to not stay here. Because at the same time, that means Yosuke will just push him in. So, wait a second here is the answer we want.
We don't have time to wait. If we don't do this now, the cops will come back. What are you trying to say?
We're missing something. Is what I picked. So, like I said, I'm carrying through the theory of myself. Like, it's not Namatame. There's something more to this that we haven't figured yet, and so that's sort of the problem. So yeah, we're missing something.
Something we don't know. What don't we know?
Whether he will kill again. Whether revenge is right, Namatame's true feelings, whether it can be tried. So, I think what the problem was that we saw was that we saw Namatame's shadow self and his true feelings. And now we have Namatame, where I feel like, obviously, just like when we had our party members in the shadow world, they have these thoughts. They might be how they feel deep down, but in the end, they can be directed the other way. And that's where we're going to add. So if we just throw them into the TV, that's not going to be it.
What didn't you understand?
Something's been bothering me. That's it.
Well, what is it?
We'll get to it. I promise you.
Time to waste. Are you even getting at something here, or are you just stalling?
You could escape via the TV. No, we're still missing something. Let's get to that point.
Like what exactly? Damn it, I've heard enough of this bullshit. Give me a straight answer. Are we doing this or not? That's all I give a damn about right now.
Yosuke, we're not throwing him in. Now this was... I'm going to be fair here. I'm going to be fair. This was the one I almost ate it off of. I almost ate it. Because my thought was that... Hold on. The little guy wants something. Yeah, my thought was that you have to be straight to him. Yes. Like, so I was sitting there thinking, like, I'm sorry, or I can't do it. Like, but that means it's like Yosuke, so you have to be straight to them. Like, no, like, yell at them. And I was thinking, like, oh, maybe I don't want to do that because they might do something. But no, that was the only one I was a little unsure of without talking it through myself. So yeah, calm the hell down as we yell at everybody.
He's right. Let's all calm down for a second.
I'm perfectly calm.
Hey, what did you mean by we're missing something?
What's there to miss with a sick bastard like him?
Yes, I think we're fine. Yes.
Deep breath. After what happened to Nanako-chan and seeing Dojima-san.
And this is about where I had to go off to go get my hair cut. The last stream. I was in the middle of all of this. This was all going on. Had to leave, like, quite literally at this point. I think this is when you were asking me, like, it probably appeared on Discord that I was playing Persona 4 for, like, 10 hours. I wasn't. I just left it on because I couldn't save.
Now that we've heard almost nothing from
And then I realized it didn't matter anyways, so.
There's no denying that this man brought great harm to Nanako-chan. But other than that point, the rest comes from our assumptions based on watching the Midnight Channel a moment ago. I won't deny that we were blinded by the heat of the moment, trying to impute all responsibility to him rashly.
Exactly.
But, yeah, the guy's not saying anything. Whatever reason
he has a right to remain silent if I'm led to believe American television.
It was him who put Senpai through that misery. How can we possibly understand someone who says killing people is the same as saving them?
Failing to understand and failing to listen are rather different things. Truthfully, not all the hitches that were nagging at me have been answered yet. We'll have to see what he can tell us about them, though it appears he's in no condition to do so at the moment.
True. dealing with him right now might not solve all the things.
And if you think about it further, like, oh, why is the window open, right? It's not that he's trying to escape what's going on, and because he feels like, you know, he doesn't want to be tried for the murders and everything. What I think happened was Namatame, you know, he's got the TV on, the shadow self is talking to him while he's in the room, and that's like, that to him is his escape of like, I don't want to be around the TV, I don't want to be around the shadow self version of me that's got all these terrible thoughts. He was thinking the easy way out, but the way when we came into the room was like, whoa, dude, it's not that easy. You don't just get to commit suicide and commit seppuku or whatever the hell it's called and call it a day. That's not how it works. But I could see how us coming into that situation might think that way. So anytime, anywhere, anything. I don't believe there's any more answers to go this way. So yeah, let's just think for now.
Jeez, how the hell can you stay so calm, man?
Because I have to. I'm the leader. The leader is good. The leader is great.
All right. Let's go ahead and think this through as much as we need.
If we leave any unanswered questions behind, we'll just be lying to ourselves. Yeah, that ain't gonna cut it. All right, I'm convinced.
Thank you. I'll think as hard as I can and try to help.
We all know how you feel, Yosuke. Come on, we've accomplished this much together, haven't we?
Right. Together.
Together.
Yeah.
And then we gotta work on still with now we're trying to get reset as our girlfriend, waifu. Case has taken a sharp turn and the investigation team is now one step closer to the tooth. Seems that you will go on with your friends to solve another mystery. I mean, technically, isn't it still the same mystery? Because we never figured it out yet. We just figured out who's the guy throwing him into the TV. That's it. Yeah, to the tooth. Exactly, right? Dentist jokes are great. And we have maxed out the Fool. So who can we make? Loki! Wasn't I just asking about him earlier? Oh wait, no, that was in a Hades stream yesterday. Vishnu! No, Loki. In Persona 5, it's Vishnu for the Fool? Yeah. I wish they wouldn't change that up, though. Like, that type of stuff, like, you become so used to it. And then it's like, oh, let's change it up again. The shapeshifter. How fitting. What is this one right off the hop? A new bond. A 3, it's Susano, no. Judgment Arcana. The Seekers of Truth. Judgment. I think I have actually Susano, or I did have Susano very briefly.
Hey, you guys? What are you doing?
Shut the front door, Adachi. I'm so... I don't like... I always wasn't the biggest fan of Adachi, but like, he's just so fucking annoying.
We were
like, overly annoying.
The police officer
just want to slap the taste right out of his mouth.
Helping Dojima-san. If Namatame were to escape, it would be a disaster for the police's reputation and their trust in you, Adachi-san.
Oh, I see. We'll tighten security from now on, and I'll arrange for him to be transported out as soon as possible. So, if you guys can keep quiet about being in here...
Shut the... like, oh my god. You're the worst cop ever.
He seemed to be extremely agitated a moment ago.
He seems fine for now, but he really needs...
Yeah, he doesn't need a bunch of crazy teenagers just barging on into his room. How about we get rid of the TV in the room?
We should go too. Let's get back to Nanako-chan's room.
And out of all of this, no one even notices like that Teddy's not here with us.
So what's this thing we're missing, huh?
To tell the truth, there's something that's bothering me too. Why did he start killing people in the first place?
Well, he said himself it was to save them,
I
right?
still don't think he's killing people.
He killed his lover in order to save her? And
No, it's not. I wish they could jump, not to a conclusion, but I don't like them even mentioning that. Killing.
But everything in his testimony and his bearing, no matter what they looked at, they found nothing suspicious. If
He sees his lover on TV
that murder is a means of
and probably knows it's gonna happen, right?
that would have shown through.
Maybe he faked it real well. Or maybe he started out with a normal motive and got a taste for killing after the first time.
Yeah, who doesn't love getting a taste for killing after the first time?
His motive for killing that announcer would be even more inexplicable. Namatame and his wife were separated at the time. Both Misuzu Hiragi and himself testified that she had discarded him. Hiragi also knew about Yamano beforehand, and Namatame was shocked to hear of Yamano's death. Their relationship was known and was not strained to the point of murder. There's simply no motive in the affair angle. The police invested a great deal of effort into investigating this point. Therefore, we have no convincing motive for Namatame to kill Mayumi Yamano.
It's all starting to add up.
Although her name was written in Namatame's own diary.
But it's not like it's a death note.
It's still possible that he was crazy to begin with and no one realized, right?
I don't really get any of this.
Shocking.
Oh, this is so confusing!
It is confusing.
Hey, we could hear you in there.
Shut the... God, I just want to punch this guy in the mouth. I just want to punch him in the mouth. My God.
Please come with me immediately.
Oh, what happened? Did Nanako die again?
What's going on?
What are you waiting for? Hurry, go!
Speaking of who was missing.
Where am I?
So the last we saw him, he was with
Teddy's
Nanako alone in the room
I feel like it though.
after she had passed away.
Remember being at the hospital. That's right, Nana-chan. I couldn't do anything. Why do I even exist? I couldn't keep my promise. I lost my reason to be there. That's it. I remember now. So, it was true. Guys! Sensei! What should I do?
Hard to tell, really.
Oh, there they are. Nanako-chan came around.
Huh? What
So Nanako's alive, but now Teddy's in the fog? It didn't look like the...
It's very rare to be resuscitated after one's heart and lungs fail, but it does happen. But until I know why she collapsed in the first place, I can't say for sure how well she'll recover from here on. Still, Nanako-chan's a fighter, and she's trying desperately to stay alive.
So this isn't a joke? You're actually telling the truth?
Reverse the tears, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my God.
Someone tell Dojima-san. This is amazing. This is amazing.
Miracles do happen. I'm so glad.
I didn't know what I was gonna do.
Come on! Stop crying!
You're gonna make us all have the waterworks. Stu! Hello?
Go home for the night. I'll speak with Dojima-san tomorrow about Nanako-chan's treatment.
You gonna tell... You gonna tell her father that she's alive again? Could catch COVID.
Wait a second, where's Teddy? I noticed he didn't come with us when we went to Namatame's room.
Indeed he didn't.
You're right. That's weird. I figured he wouldn't move from Nanako-chan's side.
He didn't.
Teddy, where did you go?
Oh yeah, he has a cell with him. Wait, I shouldn't use mine inside the hospital. I'll try calling him up once we're outside.
Yeah, ring-a-ding-a-dingy, a stuffed bear.
Couldn't save.
I
couldn't save.
Is that the Dogecoin one?
Mayumi.
To the moon, indeed. Or is that a new one? There's so many of them now, I don't even know if I can keep up.
Huh?
Oh, the Doge Killer.
Feeling guilty all of a sudden?
Isn't Dogecoin like up to 25 cents now? What is SHIB worth right now? It's got to be what, micro pennies, if that?
I can't reach him. Did that stupid bear forget to charge the battery?
We took a quick look around the hospital, but there's no sign of him. I wonder where he went.
Well, I mean, if it takes off and hits even like, what, a penny?
Hey, you're right. Wow, it's been a while since I last saw real snow. It doesn't look that pretty, though, because of this fog.
Yeah, if it gets to 25 cents, you're rich.
It's the first snow of the year. It's freezing. Let's go home. Hey, Yosuke, if you find Teddy, don't forget to contact us, all right?
I know. Let's meet up at the special headquarters tomorrow.
So we're about to also have a...
Man, that Ted... I hope he just went back home by himself. He's probably fine.
I think we already had the revelation of that. We all put on our glasses that we use in the TV world, and we could see perfectly fine. I can't remember if that happened already or not. Was it really to stop? Was it really right to stop everyone from what they were about to do? Yes! It was. Don't ponder that. You remember that your cell phone has been off this entire time. God, the amount of messages I have left over, probably. There seems to be no messages. I'm not as popular as I once believed. Go home before we catch a cold. Throw on those winter clothes that we have, right? I always just think of people in the crypto world like, do you ever think that there's, like, of course there is probably a few people, but, like, someone who had, like, Bitcoin when it was worth, like, not as low as what you bought the SHIB crypto at, but, like, there were people who obviously bought it when it was, like, very close to that and bought hundreds of dollars of it. And to think, like, now of, like, they're, like, legitimate billionaires that, but, like, they don't, like... Now they're sort of screwed because the governments are starting to sort of wake up to it of like, okay, like if you can still sell it all you want, but it's still got to appear somewhere. Like that's the thing. Unless you keep bouncing it between crypto, which eventually you don't want to do. I would like to harvest some vegetables. That sounds wonderful. All by myself. No one to help me again. By Coleman Lantern Light we do. 3 tiny soul tomatoes. Not bad. Your friend got a tip at work of a Bitcoin like 10 years ago. His percentage of a coin was worth $3 at the time. Now, like, does he still have them? It's worth 2. Oh, so he still only got, okay. I remember there's he's popped in here from time to time. A guy I used to work with that's moved on to another job. But he told us that he bought Bitcoin. He wouldn't tell us the date he purchased it. And all he would say is that he had double-digit coins. Or held in double-digit coins. And so I remember, like, so he left our company 2 or 3 years ago. So you like, I was already like, you know, Bitcoin I think back then was maybe 40K? Maybe less than that. And I even thought even then of like, oh, there's no way it's going any more than that. But like, it makes you think of like, I sit and ponder, like he probably bought when it was around probably close to, probably under $1,000. It just makes, like, it's mind-boggling to think that, like, there's something like that. And obviously, like, fair enough, he wanted to keep it quiet. Well, like, what was the name of the guy that he passed away this year? Last year? He had a McAfee, that guy. He said it was going to be $1 million eventually, right? Like, I don't know if it'll ever actually hit that, but it certainly is looking like that every year. I don't think it'll hit super high because of what I said earlier. The governments are starting to get involved of, like, the second you want to turn it into, like, an actual currency, whether it's American, whatever, like, the government gets involved. And, like, that's sort of the whole purpose of crypto, if people don't want to be having the government involved. So, like, unless, like, I don't know how, like, unless the world turns over and people might be able to purchase things with crypto a lot easier. That's, I don't know if, like, are we gonna go around to the 7-Elevens, the Tim Hortons, and tap our crypto card instead of, like, our bank? I doubt it. Like, it's never gonna be regulated in that way. But Ethereum's been going up too. I remember a guy at my work bought some at, like, when it was at 4,500, and then it like crashed when China decided it was gonna really take it seriously, and it went down to like 1,500, but right now it's about 5,000 Canadian, so he's laughing again, relatively, I guess. Feel very tired. Well, how about some coffee? Can we make coffee? We don't have that option right now. Should probably just go to bed. Why do you even give me the option to go outside? What does the weather look like? Nothing but fog. All right, let's save the game. A lot has happened. We are 100 hours, finally. See, I have a thing called Shake Pay. I haven't thrown in any of my legitimate own money into it, but all I do is shake my phone every day, and I get a little bit of Satoshi, which is great. So I have like 100 and it's only for Bitcoin, so that's sort of the problem, or not the problem. But I have like 160 bucks in Bitcoin, like, or 0.002 of Bitcoin. There's a lot to take in. The snow that started to fall. Well, I mean, it is December in Japan. Unlike Brazil, it snows in Japan. So, anyway, that shouldn't be shocking to everybody, but yeah, let's go and take a rest. I think Ethereum, like, is at its point where it's still...
Welcome. It's been quite some time.
I don't want to say cheap enough, because 5K is a lot of money. But if someone could see the status, like it's going to hit Bitcoin levels, you could get in there with some okay money.
I have summoned you within your dreams. Now then, your journey has taken you quite a distance thus far. Do you believe you'll be able to successfully solve this mystery?
Do I believe I'll be able to successfully solve this mystery? Probably eventually, but first... I need to take a poo. Coffee just ran right through me, so I think I can solve it, absolutely, but I will be right back. Enjoy the Velvet Room music, because it's the best music. a nap, dude. You want your juice? There you go. Oh, shit. Sorry about that. Hey, when you gotta poop, you gotta poop. Can I just say that baby wipes are the superior wipe? I don't think we'll be buying any adult wipes. These Cottonelle flushable wipes hold nothing to a solid baby wipe. Absolutely, I can solve this mystery.
Splendid.
See, he's happy about it. We got to that. Oh, he doesn't shut up.
That too is getting rather hard to judge. If we continue driving blindly, we
Wait.
may end up leading you further away from the
You telling me for 100 hours you've been just driving blindly in the fog?
Take a moment to look back on your journey. It was for that purpose that I summoned you here tonight. Margaret?
Whoa! Just throwing out her hands, some like Jedi mind tricks and shit.
We are experiencing the words engraved into your memory during your journey.
Failing to understand and failing to listen are rather different things.
They certainly are.
All right, let's go ahead and think this through as much as we need.
If we leave any unanswered questions behind, we'll just be lying to ourselves.
I'll think as hard as I can and try to help.
Come on. We've accomplished this much together, haven't we?
Right. Together.
And it seems you have comrades with you as well. Those heading in the same direction through this dense fog.
I still don't know why is he not drinking any of that liquor that's just sitting in this limousine. Seems the car is stopped. Oh, we're gonna get a huge parking ticket if we continue here.
Will I confirm our current heading?
As I mentioned,
Chewie, hit the light speed.
this year will signal a great change in your life. Though there isn't much time left, it can be worth your while to take the time to stop and reflect.
This is one of those times where it's gonna tell me for the game of like, hey, do all you want on the side, but if you move forward, we're gonna go right to the ending type of thing. Maybe? I don't know.
Some travel fast. Some change their course.
Better get that compendium filled out.
Countless events as they travel down the river of time.
In a van down by the river? Or a limousine? One of the two.
This room reflects the scenery of your heart. Perhaps
How fitting that there's a bunch of booze around then, right?
rather than action.
Is a doorbell installed here or what? Bunch of weirdos. Sunday fun day. It seems that we've been sleeping up until now. Just anyone can't leave me alone, right? We haven't even been able to shop at Tanaka. Can you leave me alone? Do they know I'm home? God damn it, Yosuke. Oh, god damn it.
I couldn't find him anywhere.
Alright, I was gonna get my son another drink. I promise. Like, it sucks. These are the rules of streaming with children, okay? You gotta keep them happy. They come number 1, 2, and 3. Okay, thank you. Alright. Kids are kids! I'm used to that. Yes, they are. But it's, you know, let's just do it. You know, gotta take care of them. Make sure they are taken care of. I mean, yeah, we're all worried, I think.
Yeah, me too. He was acting all weird lately. Rise and the others are checking inside the TV to see.
You see kids at their worst?
We're meeting pretty
I
soon.
can't imagine.
You come with me to Juness?
I mean, that's the thing, though. Like, I don't want to speak for anyone else, and I only got my little guy there. And, of course, you know, you go around anywhere and you can see just, like, kids being terrible here and there. I get it. I can see how it can certainly get to be that way, but it's... I don't know. Just the basic necessity of watching your child isn't too difficult, but to some people, they couldn't care less, apparently.
It might be affecting my readings. I wish I could do better. I'm sorry.
Well, get better then, Rise.
Don't tell me he really went back to his world this time. We told him over and over that he could stay here.
The mysterious dream that we had last night. Yeah, there's this guy named Igor. He parked his limousine in the fog, but we don't know why. Put on the glasses, damn it. I'm fairly certain, sir, that they are only for a half an hour. Let me make sure that we're correct here. Sunglass party. 30 minutes. You got it. Oh, you mean me? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell. I mean, I didn't really think I yelled, but... This time, maybe for action, for contemplation, rather than that is what Igor said. He'll be back for sure. No use getting worried. Let's think about this. I feel like, yes.
I guess that's all we can do right now. He plays dumb a lot, but he's attached to us deep down. He wouldn't disappear without saying anything, right?
I'm worried for Teddy myself, but let's trust in him and await his return. Right now, we must concentrate on the case. It won't be long before Namatame is transferred to another
Do
location.
they just keep transferring him back and forth to different hospitals, figuring his life out, or what? Don't throw him into a room with a TV. How about that?
Let's quickly review the facts. Of all the victims, only 2 were killed. Miss Yamano, the announcer, and Saki-san. From the documents we found in the car, we know Namatame had some sort of dealings with them. After that, there were multiple attempted murders in which we were targeted. It was only when he took Nanako-chan that we caught him in the act, identifying his modus operandi.
Ooh, using that Greek words right there.
Sounds like the
Greek or Roman, we don't know.
As a result of Namatame's arrest, the police admitted that Mitsuo Kubo was a mere...
That we knew. That we knew.
Back up to yesterday. Remember when you said Namatame didn't have a motive to kill the announcer? That's what's bothering me.
Right. Either he's completely nuts, or we're misunderstanding.
We're misunderstanding something that I'm sitting here screaming at you. He's not the killer.
He is sane. Then
Every time he says he's saving someone, that's what he's trying to do.
Sane or insane?
Oh my god.
Sounds like a play I saw before.
When he talks about saving people, what does that actually mean?
Thank you. Finally, I wasn't expecting it to come from Yosuke.
People and throwing them into the TV.
It does.
Saving them through death?
I don't think that's it.
Himself a savior, and said that the other side is a wonderful world.
So they'll be saved if they die? What a bunch of crap! The bastard should have gone and saved himself. What do you think, Senpai?
No, like, again, running through my head, my theory is that what Namatame is referring to as saving people is, I think he knows that when he sees someone on the Midnight Channel, just like everybody else. So there's someone making people show up on the Midnight Channel that is not Namatame. That's my theory. Namatame sees them. He's the one throwing them into the TV. So I don't know where he gets the idea from, because like I said, the first couple people died. That was before we were sort of involved. So I don't know where he gets the idea that by him throwing them into the TV, they're being saved, because then they ended up dying anyways. But then it started happening with us, and so I don't know if it click to him saying like, oh, like, see what happens if I throw them into the TV? They do get saved. They find their true self, and it moves on. But I don't know. I don't know. So I don't think it was him. I still think there's something else.
If you think about it normally, it's gotta be him. But there ain't nothing normal about that world anyways.
There's something I've been wondering about for a while. When we first encountered him, he said, "You're the ones I saved. Don't worry, I'll save this girl too." So, if he saves people by killing them, did he save us too? Wouldn't he actually have failed to save us?
You raise a good point. If he thinks that salvation comes only through death, his words to us make no sense. And another thing, the Namatame who appeared on the Midnight Channel said he failed to save Nanako-chan.
Well, maybe he really was trying to save the victims by putting them in
Right.
the TV.
That's what I'm thinking.
Come on, don't get all quiet like that. You guys know I just say the first dumb thing that pops into my head.
No, you're onto something, Chie.
The possibility that he truly intended to save us.
But he's still the one who threw in Saki-senpai in that announcer, right? Sure, we haven't nailed down his motives, but that doesn't change the fact that he killed them. Or what? You think someone else was involved?
Yes. Yes. The possibility of a culprit besides Namatame. Could there be something that proves this possibility? Oh, who was... I know this doesn't really matter because it's just us sort of talking it out, and if I get the wrong answer. I think it's the warning letter that I was getting. I don't think those were from... Yeah, like that's... I don't think that was from Namatame.
Warning letter? Oh yeah. Whatever happened to that thing?
If Namatame's the killer, he must have been the one who...
No,
right?
I don't think so.
Let's review them.
Yeah, like that was the wording. Don't rescue anymore. So someone is knowing that we're going in there.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, and then they threw in Nanako and
Someone who thinks he's
killed her.
saving people by killing them write stuff like "don't rescue" or "kill"?
Yeah, and the "will be put in and killed" part doesn't make sense either. If the killer was writing it, wouldn't it be more like "I'll put in and kill"?
Hey, could this mean...
It was for me. So they know it's us. Namatame didn't write it wrong. Namatame didn't write it. I'm sticking with my thought.
Yeah, it's almost like someone else wrote this letter.
But only the killer would write such a letter and deliver it to Dojima-san's house, right? If someone else wrote it, that could only mean...
Dear God.
Dear God.
This is such an unusual case. I was absolutely convinced that other than the Kubo incident, there was one culprit.
So Namatame really was trying to save his victims?
Yes.
Everything is exactly the opposite of what it first seemed. In Namatame's parlance, failing would have been the first two cases when the victims died. If he had used his method twice and failed both times, he would hardly have continued using the TV. And yet he did. It all seems to suggest that someone else wrote this warning letter while observing the entire case.
Someone else? Then it wasn't Namatame that killed Saki-senpai in the announcer?
We can't say for certain yet.
No, he didn't.
We urgently need to speak with Namatame.
I still want to know, does Namatame know who's throwing people into the TV, though? That we do not know. I think he's just like, I keep saying this. I think he's just like everybody else. He sees him on the Midnight Channel, and I don't know, we'll probably put the pieces together here, but why does he think throwing them into the TV saves them? That's sort of the only another missing aspect of it, I guess.
How though? After what happened yesterday, they said they're gonna tighten security.
I have a plan, but there's no time to waste. Let's hurry to the hospital.
To the hospital. Can we do like a wheelchair race maybe? Like that'll be fun.
Hey, this place is off limits.
Don't you tell me it's off limits. Here, I'm a police officer.
I'd like a few words with Namatame-san. May I go in?
I'm just bringing in this boy with me.
This is Unit 252, requesting confirmation on an ID. Name of Naoto Shirogane. Huh? Ah. Understood.
You're allowed in.
I see.
Well, you're on the list. I can give you a few minutes, but I'll have to record your conversation with him for security purposes. Not that I expect you'll get anything coherent out of the guy. He's been spouting nothing but gibberish.
I'd like him to accompany me as well. He has no identification, but this is an emergency situation.
We have no identification.
In Detective Dojima's stead.
Huh? Detective Dojima sent him? I wasn't informed of this.
I'll vouch for his identity.
Well, I guess it's better than dealing.
This is how all those bad, things happen. You're letting in people that don't have clearance. You're not supposed to allow this to happen. This is like cybersecurity 101 type of thing.
This is Unit 252. Huh? I see.
Has something happened?
There's something about a suspicious object out in the lobby.
Uh-oh.
Well then, this works out nicely. You should back up your colleagues downstairs. We'll keep watch over
My son just keeps saying uh-oh behind me after I said that.
lobby after all.
There's a bomb in the lobby. Uh-oh.
If anything happens, hit the nurse call button. I'll leave the rest to you.
Understood.
Doesn't the nurse call button just keep feeding you morphine? Flintstones chewable morphine? No such thing according to Marge.
Expect it to go this smoothly.
Oh, wait, I was just gonna say, was the object in the lobby?
There's nothing much inside that suspicious object, so he won't be gone long.
That's terrible.
All right, and now's our chance.
Don't forget to, record our conversation, though. I'm starting to think like these police are almost similar to, like Lloyd Bannings and company. Couldn't catch a cold if their life depended on it.
Namatame-san, there's something we'd like to ask you.
I thought he just burgles out nothing.
It's tempting to think that you were the culprit behind this entire case, and to be honest, there are many in this town who hope you are, but we are here to learn the truth. So please, answer our questions.
Huh?
Oh my god, he understands English, even though we're playing a Japanese game. What? What should we ask him? Well, what is the meaning of life? Who'd you throw in first? Did you kill those two girls? Is saving killing people? I feel like, all of these are, well, I don't think he killed anybody, so maybe saving that. I'd like to get a word on what he's referencing to saving, but I think, honestly, just start off with something easy. Let's see if we're on the same page here. Who'd you throw in first? I don't think there's anyone denying that he puts people in the TV. Okay, so he pointed to Yukiko as his first. Which means he didn't throw the other two in? Like the announcer and then Saki? Is that what I'm catching? Because Yukiko was after that. Is saving killing people? No? Okay.
No. If nobody saves them, they'll be killed. That's why I put them in there. They were killed. I couldn't save them.
Then tell me if my estimation is correct so far. After discovering the Yamano and Konishi incidents, you realized an appearance on the Midnight Channel meant certain death. Thus, to save her from that fate...
Okay, now Till's making sense of it.
You couldn't let her be killed, so you threw her into the TV, preventing the killer in this world from reaching her. And you repeated the process, as more individuals appeared on the Midnight Channel.
That makes sense.
It all falls into place.
It's all coming together.
His mind is sound. He's trying to tell us the truth.
Yeah, but if the stuff he's saying is true...
There's another killer who murdered the first two victims?
Indulge us in a few more questions.
So again, still, he's not... We've concluded that he does throw people into the TV, but he's not making people appear on the Midnight Channel. So there's someone that makes them appear on the Midnight Channel, and then if they don't get put into a TV. The killer tracks him down and, you know, gets right in there. I wouldn't mind. I think it's going to ask all three regardless. So I'd like to know, like, why did you enter the TV?
I didn't know. I never thought it would be that kind of place.
Why the warning letters?
What are you talking about?
Okay, so that goes to say that we weren't, he wasn't the one writing them. We concluded to that. So who killed the first two people then? Which I don't think he'll know either.
I have no idea. I want to know that too.
I still don't know why he thinks throwing someone into a TV saves them though.
Believe me? Did they find him? Did they find the one who did such cruel things?
Not yet.
Mayumi.
Please calm down. Our ability to find the culprit rests on you.
Please drink your pee in that bottle right now.
In fact, we're the only ones who can fully understand what you have to say.
Only you?
Yes, us. Us and the Scooby Gang.
But now I think we can accept whatever you got to tell us as truth.
Please, tell us everything you can, calmly and slowly.
You're willing to listen? Do my story?
I mean, I don't really have a choice here. So yes, we will. Take it from the top. Let's spend another 100 hours on this. Could have been a great opportunity for anime right there.
Soon after my affair with Mayumi became common knowledge, I returned to my parents' home, as if to run away from the scandal.
Drinking our lives away.
Drinking heavily to drown my anxieties. I hadn't been able to reach Mayumi at all, and that didn't help either. Mayumi, where are you? She'd been disgraced on all the afternoon shows, and forced to resign from the program she was on. I caused her so much trouble. I wanted to at least apologize to her, but I couldn't even do that. I lost the will and energy to do anything. Then, one day, the rumor I heard some time ago came back.
The rumor?
Since I had nothing better to do, I sat down blankly in front of the TV and watched my own reflection. And all of a sudden, there was Mayumi. Mayumi? Is that you? The Mayumi inside the TV looked as if she was calling to me for help. Mayumi? Mayumi! When I reached out unthinkingly to touch her, my arm disappeared into
There it is. All making sense.
as if I had dipped it into a pool of water.
So he absolutely stuck his dick into the TV a few times afterwards, right? Absolutely. It's like a new glory hole.
I was so scared. I couldn't understand what just happened. I thought maybe I'd gone insane. In the end, I decided to think of it as just a dream, and I went back to the city the next day after finishing work. The next afternoon when I got to work, I was fired on the spot, as I expected. That wasn't what broke me, though. It was Mayumi being found dead, and not just that, but it had happened in my hometown.
Ah, he'll be fine. We'll get it. We'll get him the help he needs, folks. In the name of love.
I remember the image of Mayumi I'd seen that night. Was it not a dream? Could it really have been an SOS from Mayumi? I hadn't touched another TV because the first time was so terrifying.
It's still.
I decided to.
Where does he think throwing people into the TV comes from that? He puts his hand through the monitor, it works. So then he thinks like, oh, I'll just throw people in there now. Wouldn't it end up being like on The Simpsons where people start throwing their trash into that thing?
I remembered that when Mayumi was alive, she was chasing a rumor about some bizarre TV program.
Oh.
I heard about it before, but I thought it was just an urban legend.
Urban legend. What a terrible movie that was.
And later turned up dead. The more I thought about it, the harder it became to believe that the two events were unrelated. Soon after that, I came back to Inaba to answer the police's questions. I'd lost my job, and I wanted to know the truth of Mayumi's death for myself. Then, on another rainy night, someone else appeared on the Midnight Channel. It was a girl. She looked like she was calling for help, just like Mayumi.
And that was Saki
First thing that came
Senpai.
into my mind was, maybe this girl will be the next to die.
And that was Saki-senpai.
Okay.
I'd been following all the news about Mayumi, so I noticed right away that she was the girl who found Mayumi's body. And if my hunch was right, she'd be the next victim. I didn't want her to die the way Mayumi did, so I desperately kept watching. I was consumed with the idea of rescuing her. Then, little by little, her image on the screen came into sharper focus.
It became sharper?
How did you find out it was her?
After I came back, my father couldn't bear to see me in such...
Wasn't that the thing, though, that, like, the longer you waited, you could absolutely see who it was on the TV? Like, the first day might give a silhouette. You might figure it out, but, you know, after a day or two, they appear like, oh, that's definitely them, for sure.
After agonizing over it, I decided to meet her and told her to be careful. But that same night, on the TV, she looked as if she was being engulfed by some black shape. She was writhing in pain. That's why I warned her. Why won't she pick up the phone?
It's too late, man.
Come on, please!
She appeared on a telephone pole later that night.
The next day, they found her dead. I knew she was going to be murdered, but I couldn't save her. I blamed myself, thinking there must have been something I could have done. There was no one who depended on me. Nobody at work, not even my wife. Mayumi was the only one who accepted me for who I was, but she was murdered. And the same person killed another girl. I was beside myself. I couldn't forget.
Boy, if this was Lloyd Banning's and company, Namatame would already have been thrown into jail. Case closed. End of game.
From the bottom of my heart. Before I was married, my wife made it big in show business. I was happy for her, but it put a strain on our relationship.
I think I can kind of relate.
No, you can't reset. Shut up.
She was interviewing our candidate for the next election. She was a big-name announcer, but she only worked with local stations, and her attitude towards work was similar to mine. We both came from Inaba, so she was easy to talk to. I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't help getting intimate with her.
This is getting heavy, Doc. There's a lot to take in here.
Soon after Saki-san was found dead, yet another girl appeared.
And that was Yukiko.
That was you.
Who's that girl? La 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 la.
She'll be kidnapped next.
And the connection for her was that, wasn't it that she stayed at the hotel?
This time,
adding all of that together.
My opponent was a murderer who left no clues to his identity. I thought hard about what I could do to protect her from someone like that. I'll never convince her. If she gets suspicious and they arrest me, who'll save her then? The girl inside the TV.
I still don't, like, maybe they'll explain it. Just hold on, Jordan. But where do you get to the point where you realize...
I apparently had the power to go through the TV screen to the other side.
Yes, you did.
Then, what if I put her into the TV and give her shelter there before the killer gets her?
So you just come to that conclusion? That's it? Like, oh, I can go in there, therefore maybe I can throw people in there? Surely it's safe on that side. They might run into a bear. Makes puns every 5 seconds.
It's better than being slaughtered. Once things calm down, I could just let her out again. If she's inside the TV, there's no way they can find her. It felt as if everything was starting to come together in my mind. Could it be that Mayumi gave me that power to prevent any...
But then there's the question of the shadow selves of when you are in the TV world.
There was a big problem. If I explained the situation to the victim, they wouldn't understand. I had already tried that and failed miserably.
How do they come about?
The only thing I could do was to take them away. If that was my mission, I'd just have to do it. Or so I thought.
So I'm going to drive around in a delivery truck with a giant TV and throw people in there. That sounds great.
So, since you thought people who appeared on the Midnight Channel would be killed, you kidnapped us in order to save us.
Mission? Give me a break! You never...
GA's going to lose her mind.
I thought I was the only one who could help them.
Clearly, nap time isn't working for anybody.
I knew the area well, thanks to my job. I had a
How about a
large
nap?
truck, and I could move around without suspicion.
No?
I thought my job as a delivery man would be the perfect cover for my mission. I thought no one else could do it. But are you telling me that I wasn't saving them?
If a person is still within the TV world when the fog appears here, they will die. Beginning with Yukiko-san, the people you thought you had been saving were, in fact, in mortal peril.
He's more like delaying the process, I guess.
I had a feeling that was it. When I went after that little girl and entered the TV myself, for the first time, I had some doubts about myself.
You refer to Nanako-chan, correct?
The police were after me, so I had to get away. But I still felt I needed to do everything I could to save that poor little girl. That's why I went in after her. But the TV world was completely different than I imagined.
You should see the shit we must have seen, buddy.
Grotesque place. I knew that the three of you who I saved went back to your normal lives, so I didn't realize how terrible that world was. I never knew you couldn't even get out of that place on your own.
I mean, you could. It's just hard to do so. You gotta fight your shadow self to free yourself of it.
Dangerous place. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have gone to see you all.
See us? Wait, are you talking about the concert we did at Junes?
Yes. I wanted to know why the ones I saved were all hanging out with each other, and how much you remembered. But in the end, I couldn't bring myself to say anything and ran home. I must have felt too guilty. But all the doubts and anxieties I'd been unconsciously suppressing exploded out when I entered the television myself. I thought I was going insane. I probably did. And you know the rest. When I came to, I was lying in a hospital bed.
That's how that ended up.
You really were trying to save people.
He's got a good heart.
But I ended up doing just the opposite. What a fool. I always wanted to enter the world of politics and become useful to society. But after losing my job and the woman I loved, all I had left was this power. I convinced myself
and now he realizes that he doesn't even hold this power by himself.
Myself to be a hero. I never doubted what I saw on TV and believed everything was as I wanted it to be. I didn't think for myself at all. That's why I couldn't protect them. I'm to blame for all of this.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, what's done is done. You can't go back and change that.
I suppose so. But the things I've done are too serious.
We still can't find a charge for you, though.
I have no intentions of running away from
I just noticed this thing right now. Kanji-kun is actually wearing his jacket.
Is already a serious crime. And on top of that, I put all those lives in danger. I'm sorry.
The Midnight Channel and the other world? You can hardly be blamed for failing to understand them properly. We must apologize.
You still kidnapped people and threw them in the TVs.
Blind us to the truth. We would have piled all the responsibility on you.
I guess from your point of view, people did stop dying once you started saving people. The more you did it, the more you really believed you were preventing...
Right, it was just us doing the saving, which he did not know.
Such a joke.
But there's a reason why it worked once, so he's like, oh, I'll do it again. Try it again. Kept working.
I'm getting a little tired.
What are you all crammed in here for?
We're having an orgy. What the fuck do you think is going on in here, for Christ's sakes?
I beg you, please, find whoever's behind this. You children are the only ones who know.
Children? Young adult tweens, kind sir.
It's all clear now. He never committed any murders.
Yeah, alright, free to go, right? He's free to go.
To the TV.
Did we just hit like judgment level 3? This thing's gonna just keep on up steam here.
Now get out of here.
Okay, relax.
He's almost ready.
It is a story link. It's almost like the one to replace the Fool, right?
Better not see you rascals here again.
Because like if you think of it like the Fool one, like in almost all of the games, is how you can judge how far along you are in the story. And so I sort of feel like it could have taken the Fool, but it makes sense
This was the last
that we're no longer fools. We're here to get some judgment done.
How can he flake out like this when we have to find the real killer?
The police consider the matter closed. We'll have to do all the investigation from here on out.
It's a lot of machines. Darth Vader didn't have this much stuff keeping him alive while he was under surgery.
But it's been over 6 months. Wouldn't the trail be
It would
cold by now?
seem, Vader, in your anger, you had killed Padme.
And you never know.
No.
Some things now because they've had so much time to think about it. Let's split up and talk to people all
Fool
over.
replaces the judgment as well. Yes, yes.
Discuss our findings.
Is it the same in 5?
I hope we can find
Are they
out
all the same? Maybe in 6? Keeping it going? Right into Persona 14. We'll get there. Tomorrow you'll be all going to talk to people in town. Will this finally help uncover the information that will lead you to the true culprit? Nope, Fool is one link that maxes out at least. Okay. Let's go on home early. Again. Rest. Again. And judgment is when, you know, it happens. Are you gonna have a sleep? No? You don't want to sleep? You have a nap? You need a nap? No? You want your fruit? You want your fruit? You want your fruit? Okay. I'll get you your fruit, okay? Give me a second. There we go. Sit down. Here. Those solid chair streams, right? No, nothing to be, Wait, no Tanaka? Come on. That's rude. It's very rude. Still no Teddy. Don't know what's really going on. Did we finish all the side quests that we had? At least I believe. Except for the understanding one. Yeah, so we're still working on getting that up, and then the rest of them we haven't had. So, looking at our status. Yeah, so we just gotta not max out knowledge and understanding, and then, you know, basically we're all good. But apparently we're not allowed to do anything. Can't go outside. We need rest for investigation. Can't drink coffee. Can't make origami stuff. Knowledge is easy. It should be. I also thought that understanding would be easy, but making cranes is hard. Okay? Today is the day the school was founded, so you have... They just make shit up now. You wonder if you'll be able to gather the information you need. Probably. Well, start at the very top. Go right to the beach. Maybe there's someone hanging out here. There probably isn't a single soul at the beach. But, you know, that's the easiest way I can think of it. You should return to Inaba. Then why did you even let me go there? Why did you even let me go? Are you going to say the same thing when we go to Okina City? You should go back to Inaba. Check it out. But people can't travel between the two things? You can get 3 endings, so save before you do the talking. Oh, shit. Okay. I wonder if the reason for this fog is the decrease in the ocean's temperature. In that case, I have to let him go so soon. He'll be alright without me. Someone better will come along. You asked about the incident that has occurred in Inaba. Yes, an incident in the spring? What happened? I don't remember. You'll have to ask someone else. Yeah, will you do me a favor? I'm doing a taste test and I want some honest feedback from young people like you. God, I even feel like this is going to be terrible. Eat the red one. Taste is a harmony of tomatoes and a sweet red bean. You gave the man your feedback. Thanks. I'm trying to create a hit. Oh, was there something you wanted to ask? Oh, I think there was a report like that in the news. Well, I don't remember it much. Sorry if I wasn't helpful. Can't be happy without money, even if you have money. You can't be happy without love either, which remains I need a man with money. Wish there was somewhere that you could go and pick one up. A man with money. I think that's somewhere. So I guess what I've gathered is currently we've established we're not getting the bad ending, as far as I know. And now we're sort of working to getting either the true ending or the accomplice ending. Is that correct? I can still get the bad ending. Oh. Okay. What was that about? This was an Inaba, you said. It didn't stick in my mind. I just remembered something like that happening, that's all. You people are all useless. Useless phones. It's Christmas this month. No wonder the butcher shop's busy, eh? Well, can you help with something? Thing in Inaba? I think I heard about it. I think I saw it in the news, or did I? Inaba, eh? No one cares about Inaba, apparently. Either A, go with the correct person, and I assume you know who it is now. I don't know who the other person is. Like, who the killer would be. I don't know who that is. I assume that's sort of what we're working on now. Crane Game's only 100 yen per try. Yeah, I'm sort of here for other motives here right now. Oh, that wasn't like either A, go with the correct person, or B, side with the killer and don't say anything. Well, I don't even know who the killer is, but I don't think we'll be siding with that person. And I think the bad is where you choose the wrong person. Okay. Film buff girl, yes, can ask about this incident. That's not about a movie at all. She doesn't care. All right, so people in Okina City do not care. They're all clueless. I will make the correct assumptions. Okay. Be careful. Yeah, I know it. Yeah, so, okay, so no one here in Okina City. There's no one at the beach. Nobody cares. We'll return to Inaba City. Yosagami High School. Probably the gates will probably be closed. No one there. Moving on. Good. That's where we want to start. Start me off at the shrine. We can catch some bugs, talk to the kids. Unless the game's going to stop me from catching bugs at this point. All the leaves of the tree have fallen off. Catch bugs. Absolutely. Maybe we're getting new bugs? Stag beetle. Damn, yo, grasshoppers, stag beetles, ladybugs. A bunch of bugs. Great. Russell Crowe, do you have it? No. Okay, you do not. Hi, kid. My teacher said to go home quickly because of the fog. It's nice to not have the girls chase me around, but it's boring because I can't play soccer now. That kid doesn't even want to talk to anything other than about bugs, so don't even bother to ask. Start our way from the very, very north, and then just work our way down. You gotta have a system to it here, people. Gotta be careful when taking your motorcycle out on a foggy day. You'll end up being a hood ornament on a Honda. I wish whoever honked at me when I slowed down more than usual understood that. Yelled at me for going slow. Guy in a gas mask. Why am I outside? Why am I at home? I just see more news about the murders. Thought I'd stay out here and watch the sunset. Of course, I'm going to watch TV when I go home anyways. I can't see the sunset because of all the fog. I hate it. It's depressing. Oh, don't make me even more depressed. They said on the news the suspect had been caught. That whole thing is over now, right? What else is there? Oh, you have no idea, sir. Ma'am? Since all I hear from everyone is poison, poison, I've gotten kind of freaked out too. I wonder where I can buy a gas mask. I need to get one. Everyone else has one already. It's COVID. That's essentially what's going on right now. Fog isn't clearing. Year's almost over. It's so cold on New Year's. We'll never be happy. What do you want? Okay, ma'am? Are you a little bit more helpful than this old man? They said that it was a suspect had been caught. It was in the newspaper. It was Namatami-san, right? I remember seeing him around from time to time. How horrible. I don't recall seeing any other strange people, so I guess he's the culprit. Perhaps you should ask someone else about this. I guess so, because you're all useless. Chie! Been a while since the first two incidents. Do you think we'll find anyone else who remembers? Probably, but probably not. Dog? Hi, Mr. Dog? Still working on that understanding. Rise, hi. Are you working on these people? You've been asking around about Teddy too. Yeah, I like it sort of as if we just forgot about Teddy out of nowhere. But nobody's seen him yesterday or today. He's been loved by so many different people. Where the heck could they have gone? Hey, listen to this. Rosette came and spoke to me. Once in a lifetime thing. I asked her for her autograph and what types of guys she's into. Anyways, what do you want? Didn't they capture that suspect and put a lid on that case? Are you done asking questions? Good, go away. I'm busy talking to Reset. Actually, no. I'm going to ask you one other question. Except for you, who's interrupting my conversation with Reset. Okay, you know what? Fair enough, bud. I'll let you try to get your dick wet. It's not going to work out. She's not going to bump uglies with you. She's more interested in me. Russell Crowe, if we just walk carefully up behind him, can we have a conversation? No. Kanja, they almost flew into your head. I tried talking to this old guy earlier, but he didn't even see me. With the fog and all, it's those cataracts. Guy just ignored me and walked off. Information on what happened before we entered the TV world? You know, about the first murder. I wonder why it happened first. Let's just gather as much information as we can. This guy looks worried. Biological weapon. It's a conspiracy straight out of Wuhan. You know who I heard it was? Junes! That's right, like Junes the person? Businesses are people now, right? The country of Junes is staging an all-out attack on Inaba. Okay, that guy's lost it. Let's save. Any new books? No new books. Hello? Bookstore? No. Yosuke? I wonder if we can really find any clues about the killer. No use whining about it. I use no whining. What are you talking about? As we explain the incident about Saki and Yamano. I do have so many books to read, but I always like buying the new ones as they come out. I would have thought that guy would have said like, hey, there's a new one on this day, so. I don't think I've seen any. I mean, this is a pretty small town, wouldn't you say? If I had any, I'm pretty sure I'd remember. Wait, that's the chick that usually hangs out at Junes. She doesn't know what happened, thinks it's a big deal, but just forgot about it. How about anyone suspicious? Can't think of anyone. Not from this town anyways. No one at the gas station. No one here. Moving on. It's just a siren outside. Can you eat your fruit? There's nothing up there. What do you see? It's just this police siren outside. All right, out of the shopping district into the Junet's department store, floodplain, and then finally the residence. And, you know, we're going to make sure that we do talk to everybody. So, hi! The incident last spring? So, anybody I'm asking about the murders really don't know, but moving on to suspicious people. My friend was saying she saw someone. I think she's just wandering around the shopping district, so why don't you ask her? Oh, is this one of those things of now I got to go back and talk to the person that's in the shopping district now? Oh, come on, game. First, we should retrace our steps. That'd be the simplest way. Should be a commonality between the two. The floodplain. Fog's pretty thick. Sure is. That guy doesn't even want to talk to me. Nobody even around here. Daughter was in an accident. On top of that, it was a hit and run. Nobody could tell what kind of car it was because of all the fog. It was horrible. Thank God she wasn't hurt too bad. But she was right, wasn't she? The fog is dangerous. We gotta start letting everyone know. Fog isn't clearing up, is it? It's strange. A little strange. Hey, oh, by the way, Penguins, did you get Shin Megami Tensei 5? Or is it like the plan to buy it? I don't even know if you have a Switch. I'm trying to think, like, do I want to play Nocturne first? Or, you know, just go right on into Shin Megami Tensei 5? I think it's just called number 5, right? It doesn't have, like, any name to it afterwards or anything, but... You have the new Pokemon game in 2 days. Well, there you go. At least you have something to look forward to. I can't say anyone was particularly suspicious. What about the cats? Meep. Meow. And then where's the big cat? There it is. Flopping a snooze. Did you need something? Now you mention it. Town was a buzz. Doesn't look like you'll find any more information on the incidents last spring. Okay, so now we're asking people about suspicious people. Alright, so it looks like we're heading back to the shopping district to find a woman stumbling around that might know something. I could probably use some melons. Woman and her dog. That's it. Alright, back to town. This is terrible. Or if you ask something I don't hear it, DM to me on Discord. Will do, Skip. Will do. I don't think it was you. It was a young girl. Oh, that! Oh, see? We're good. We're good. You remember Saki Konishi, don't you? You know she passed away a while ago. She told me that Namatame person came to her one day and started spouting all this craziness about the TV. I wonder what that was all about. Oh, I don't know what you're implying, but you've got it all wrong. Saki was a good girl. It's just that people misunderstood her. She must be referring to the time when Namatame tried to warn Saki. It seems that the thing about Namatame was making advances on Saki was a misunderstanding. Okay, so now we triggered something else. I don't know who else we can run into and chit chat with. The only other person I was thinking of was talking to is like, okay, so where did we run into that girl who said her friend would know something? Like maybe we go to the TV? I don't know. Okay, well I did talk to her and she doesn't really have anything. Let's save it up. So, where was that girl? No, I didn't see anybody there. There's no one at the gas station. Yeah, there's no one there. But I'm trying to think where did that girl, where did we run into that girl that she said, "Oh, my friend knew"? Usually gas attendant guy is only there when it's raining. It's very weird. He's always just standing there in the rain and he just goes on about like relatively nothing, to be honest, but he's only out when it rains. A little weird. I can't remember if she was at the Jeunesse department store or the floodplain. It was one of the two. Yeah, it was her. Alright, so yeah, we mentioned it to her. Wandering around the shopping district. Okay, nobody else. Well, maybe we'll speak to Naoto and say. It sort of stopped with them. I'm trying to figure, like, the only one I'm trying to think of is is there going to be someone that's in regards knowing about Miss Yamano? That I do not know. I haven't heard any news or rumors like that, so I just say there's no such person. I feel like I'm missing someone. Well, I mean, we've literally talked to everybody. But one of those weird things. Like, maybe we go to Jeunesse now and have a conversation with everybody. You know, get everyone together to talk about it, I guess, maybe? This part of the game can be very confusing. It is, like, I tried talking to the old guy earlier, no one mentions that or anything. Like, I've talked to everybody, whether I can go into these places, I guess. Like, I wouldn't see why I couldn't go into the store and buy stuff, but there's nothing to talk to them about, right? You need to be careful too. The fog, there's something about it just gives me a bad feeling. No, it's a nap time. No nap time? Yeah, I think that's the thing of meeting at Jeunesse. We've exhausted everything. So I think maybe we can have a conversation about it. You need to gather more information. You should walk around town and talk to more people. See, the problem is like this. You talk to this woman who tells you to talk to her friend. Okay, we've talked to her friend. So I feel like, is there someone else that we've got to talk to that's gonna say like, oh, have you talked to this person yet? Like, shit. Come on, game. Let's not get so bad at this. Don't move that. Like, I feel like it's gotta be one of these people. Maybe. Okay, you have nothing. Nothing. Had a lot of people come to our store, but I can't say anyone particularly suspicious. Sorry, all I remember is that something happened. I know it's something shocking, but what can I say? A lot of time has passed. It doesn't look like you'll find any more information on the incidents last spring. So I've exhausted everything with that question. maybe I got to go back to like Okina City again, because not everyone had that have you seen anyone suspicious, right? So now but now I'm going back to a place where no one even cared. Ugh. Yeah, the incident in spring, I asked you, like, well, do I have to ask this guy every single one? No, it's just still about the incident. Like, these guys don't even want to be asked about the, a suspicious person. Yeah, this is sort of a shitty thing. Trying to figure out life. Why are you up there? You want to go sleep? Want to have a nap? Logan, you have a nap? You have a nap? It's nap time. No one was at the high school. No one was at the beach. We've talked to everyone at the district. Started at 9:30 till now? Why, hello. Oh, I don't like... I feel like there's got to be something here. Maybe at the shrine. Maybe there's someone hiding. Kid? No one hiding at the shrine. I don't know. This is so annoying. You can't fix that? Yeah, I'm... We've talked to everyone here. I feel like there's someone we've got to run into or talk to about Yamano. But... Where are you going? No? Over this way. Not behind there. You're gonna go for bed. Are you hungry? You haven't eaten your fruit. Come on, let's have a nap. Come on. Have a nap. Here. Go. Where'd your Seki go? Are you sitting on it? There you go. Like, just step on everything. Here. You sent me look at Discord. Oh, because I don't have Discord open because I don't like the notification stuff, but thank you. Talking to the shopping woman. Okay. Well, let's run down that. Thank you, Penguins. You are helpful as always. Shopping woman. North. I think that's this woman? Female student at Juness, if she recalls it, asked the female student at the bookstore at shopping district. So we've done that one. People get but the thing is, we've asked everybody here. Like Like, I'm following that. Okay, like, asked the female student at Juness. The girl at Juness said meet up with her friend outside the bookstore. Asked her about suspicious people. She said so. She mentioned that person. And then talked to everyone in town. We've literally, like, I feel like there's, like, someone hiding we've missed. I just don't know who we've missed. Time to do a sweep. But I did do a sweep. Explain the incident involving... Could you imagine that because I didn't ask her this thing? There's got to be someone I haven't asked about this. Another sweep. Yes, we asked your friend. Okay. Ugh. Maybe there's someone at the riverbank now? Not a soul. This makes for interesting streaming content, right? Well, I've had a lot of people come to our store, but I can't say anyone was particularly suspicious. What's his wife's store though? That's the only one I'm thinking of, like, maybe I've missed something in the shopping district at a store, but not everyone at the store wants to talk to you. And this person just wants to sell me more fruit. You don't even... Does the dog know something? Dog doesn't even look healthy. Back to the district. Like, I don't know what store that person, like, you know, it wasn't the textile shop. No reason to be. I love how it just tells me, yeah, no reason to be here. Like, I'll tell you when there's no reason to be there. I feel like one of these people should be telling me something. At least I haven't heard any news or rumors like that, so I say there's no such person. Since all I hear from everyone's poison point, I got kind of freaked out. I wonder where I can buy a gas mask. You just gotta ask about suspicious people. Yeah, like, I mean, I am. I even know you. You're the kid who's staying at Dojima-kun's house. It was the old guy. God damn it. I hate stuff like that, though. Like, go out and ask literally everybody until you finally get what you need. Doesn't look like there's a lot of room for everybody here.
I'm seriously pooped. This stuff's a lot harder when you don't have a badge to flash.
I read that as vag to flash. I was like, whoa, GA, getting a little personal here.
There was absolutely no talk about the case whatsoever, let alone the true culprit.
Ditto for me. Actually, in my case, I kept getting bombarded with questions and couldn't get them onto the main subject at all.
Yeah, that was it.
Killer must be
What do you mean, suspicious people?
seen by anyone in this small town.
What should we do?
Well, one steak bowl, please.
That's not what I meant. But
I
I guess we might as well take a break.
don't think so. I think what I'll do is I'm gonna play it to see what ending I get, right? But depending on whatever ending I get, I'll take that as my playthrough. I'd love to get the true ending, obviously. And then whatever ending we don't, yeah, that's the thing. Whatever ending we don't get, I'll check them out on YouTube and see where that leads us.
There really was no new information. The end?
Doesn't she usually have 3 buttons on her jacket?
Number of officers in their initial investigation.
Logan, please go to sleep, buddy. You need a nap.
They overlooked would be
Not playing with those.
Now that over half a year has passed, there wasn't a single report of suspicious persons being witnessed to begin with. Miss Yamano had ardent fans, whereas Saki-san didn't. But otherwise, the conditions are the same.
Why do I even bother with
Asked
lights?
you about the case, everyone ignored me and kept ranting about the damn fog.
Yeah, that or the Midnight Channel. I asked around about Teddy too, but no one's seen him. Gee, I wonder where he could have gone.
Do you have anything, Naoto? Any new, deductions?
Without any new data to work with, there isn't much I can do. But there must be someone in town who meets all the criteria for this case. The killer must have a connection to both Saki-san and Miss Yamano, as well as be in a position to observe our actions periodically to some extent. Finally, it must be someone who could approach Senpai's house without arousing suspicion. I need some fresh air before I give it more thought.
Chinese diner doesn't have all that fresh air we need. Hey! Hey! What are you doing? Decided to go outside and get some fresh air as well. That's what we're doing. I feel like I need a beer. That's what we need to get over all of this. It's snowing.
No wonder it's chilly.
Ugh, it's freezing out here. Maybe this'll help clear my head and get my deductive muscles flexing. Hey, is it snowing? Too bad the fog's so thick. The snow just gets lost in it.
Here. Here. These.
What's the matter?
Oh, of course the culprit knows what's going on with us. Who would know all of these things? That was probably the worst time to actually go and get my son his Legos. But another oddity about this case, both warning letters seem to have been delivered directly to your house, but no one saw anyone suspicious. So it's got to be someone that not necessarily that we know, but someone that doesn't like scream that they're suspicious doing things. Sort of like how Namatame was fitting for a delivery driver, right? The person who seems to be the most likely culprit is... What? I may have missed something here for a hot second. I literally must have missed something. But were they just going off of, like... They wanted to figure out who's the murderer, right? Who I think the murderer is? I gotta go fucking take a piss. Get a beer. Can I put you back in your crib so I can take a pee? Here. I put you back in there so I can go to the washroom. I'll put you back in there in a second. Okay? Just give me a second. All right, I'll be right back. I told you I'd be back, buddy. All right, we got beer. There you go, buds. Play with your box. All right. So, we're here to pick who we think most likely is the culprit. And right now, the names it's throwing out to me are people in my party. I don't think it's anyone in my party. But I guess I want to know, like, I don't want directly the answer, penguins. But maybe I'll treat it the same way as I did with the hospital questions. But yeah, like I was sort of dealing with my son at the moment, so I missed sort of like what they were getting at. So who leaked out the information to me in the first place? Like who gave some information about the cases? Oh, okay, maybe, okay, I don't want to get this wrong. I feel really shitty that I've missed this entirely. Is this question who I think is the killer? Is that the question? Is there like a way I can look back at what was said? Like, no, I don't want to skip. Have VODs. No, like I meant like in all right, so this is who I think it is. I don't think it's anyone in my party. That's out the window. It's not anyone in my party. It's not Dojima. It's not Nanako. It's not Namatame. Adachi, I'm a little... I'll see what other names pop up. She was dead. I don't know who Mitsuo Kubo is. Okay, so there's okay, I'm gonna have to write these down. Where's my pen? It's Mitsuo Kubo and Adachi. It's not her? Okay, I don't know who she is though. Someone else. Haragi. Oh, now we're getting into names I don't even know who these people are. Kashiwagi, Hanako Otani. Are these teachers? It's not I, it's not Ku, not Daisuke. And Ayane Matsu. I don't know who these people are. Hisano Kuroda, Eri Minami. Think once again. I feel like they put random names. Do I think it's, I want to say it's a Adachi. That's the only one that like sort of screams to me that it's somebody. It's not someone in here like Adachi. He's the one that sort of, he was the one that like at the very beginning of the game, he's like, oh no, I'm going to get in crap from Dojima because I told you something. So who's the one person who's been constantly leaking information from the police to you? It's been Adachi. Right? He right at the very beginning told us, he's like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to get in crap. I shouldn't have told you that. Like, I remember that. Okay. Adachi. Of course, if you only look at the circumstance, you can't completely rule out that possibility. Adachi may have been able to keep an eye on your actions. He would have been able to approach your house with ease, and he knows the area well. Thinking about it, you encountered him many times while investigating the case, which we said. Learned much about the police's movements from Adachi as well. There's no exact reason to doubt him, but there certainly is there.
Huh? What about him?
Detective Adachi.
Cheers.
A member of the police force. That is an interesting approach. It would certainly explain the lack of witness reports. It's the same reason no one ever reported seeing Namatame's truck.
This is a small town, so everyone must have known who he is.
And Adachi was known to come to my house as well, right? Because he would visit Dojima or us, and so if anyone saw him coming by our house to drop a letter off, it wouldn't be weird.
Huh. Well, if you think of it that way, I guess it's possible. But we're talking about Adachi here, right? I mean, really? Adachi? He's your textbook lousy detective.
He's our Lloyd Bannings. Absolutely.
Actually, regarding Detective Adachi, I'm not sure how to put it, but there's something that's been bothering me about him for some time now.
Yeah?
Perhaps it's just my imagination, so I shouldn't speak too...
It's cold. I think we've cooled down enough here. Let's go back in.
Yeah, let's share this thought with everybody else. Now that meme makes sense to me. That I put on the Persona thing when I asked the question. It was Yosuke, Naoto, and myself on that picture. And then everyone else was like that 1%.
What? Was he at your inn when the announcer was staying there?
When Miss Yamano was staying at our inn, the media were swarming all over it. That's when Adachi-san arrived, saying he'd been assigned to guard her. He told our waitress that fame could be rough.
Guard her? He didn't spend the night there?
Huh. I wonder if he knew Ms. Yamano.
I don't know about that, but I heard he did call out to a girl in my class. I found out this afternoon, but I thought, that's just how cops are. So I didn't think it had anything to do with the case.
It's all coming together.
Also questioned Saki-san, the one who found the announcer's body, on numerous occasions. I heard it was because there was so little information about the case at the time, but it's certainly unusual to question someone with as strong an alibi as hers multiple times.
Then you think he had something else on his mind?
And that something is what connects those two victims to Adachi-san? Come to think of it, we've been running into that guy a lot, in all sorts of places. And every time he'd tell us what the police were doing before saying,
right.
Oops, I said too much, and clamming up.
Yep.
Was that all to throw us off the trail?
It would be no problem for him to drop that warning letter into your mailbox either.
It's all adding up.
Not to mention the fact that he can destroy any evidence that might point to him.
Shit.
Then...
Was it all under our nose from the beginning? I don't want to be just blatantly just say it's him. Like, I know like a lot of what we just discussed just now seems to be correct, but I feel like, you got to be proper You can't just be throwing that out there. I don't think we're imagining it. It does make sense when we do talk about it, but I think we need to confirm it.
This is still only a tentative theory. We should work to confirm it as soon as possible. This is Naoto Shirogane.
Mushi mushi!
It's occurred to me about the case, and I'd like to get Detective Adachi's input on it.
Oh.
Huh? The transport? It's right now? Right, I see. Thank you.
Wait, is he transporting Namatame?
Detective Adachi is headed to the hospital to prepare for Namatame.
Oh, that's not good if the two of them are going to be together. You feel that you were getting closer to the tooth. More dentist jokes, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, this rank up is going super quick. Please, yeah, let me take him by myself.
Huh? What are you guys doing here? Hey, do you know where Dojima-san went? They told me he snuck out of his room again.
I assure you, we've made it clear to him several times.
I don't know, Adachi seems...
But he keeps going off on his own.
He seems too stupid. Like, unless it's all an act. Like my streams.
He's been relocated. I've been wondering. You seem to be in a terrible hurry to get him out of this hospital.
Huh? Oh, well, yeah. I mean, we can't leave him here with Dojima-san and Nanako-chan around. Didn't you guys think so too? Hey, what are you doing here anyway? Nanako-chan's room is in the other wing. Don't you think you should leave before Dojima-san finds you? If he catches you, he'll start pestering you again.
Adachi, where's Namatame? There's been a lot of noise today for some reason.
Dojima-san, what are you doing here? Namatame's already been relocated. I was looking for you so I could tell you that.
You did what? Who authorized that? There's still more I need to ask him about.
Give me a break, Dojima-san.
Those first two murders have been bothering me. His motives are shaky and his alibi is rock solid. We closed a lot of loopholes on the basis of his testimony. But that part's still nagging at me.
Is this more of your detective's intuition? He's already been relocated. It's no use hassling me about it. And you kids should really get home too. You're gonna get in the way of police business.
Adachi's never been like this before.
It's odd to see you taking work so seriously.
Yeah, he's getting all pissy.
Come on! I'm always giving 110% when it comes to the job. You should get back to work too, Dojima-san. Your current assignment? Get better as soon as possible.
What are you all doing here?
We came to confirm something with Adachi-san.
You should question Adachi. Why do you gotta play with that on Dad's desk? Hmm? Eat. I mean, I guess we could probably ask about both of them.
The time the announcer went missing? I can't say for sure offhand. It's not like I saw her or anything.
Are you a monkey?
Months and months ago,
Don't
too.
turn over your
It's
hands.
kinda hazy that far back. Why wouldn't I question her? She discovered the announcer's body. But she didn't know much about it, so I only talked with her once or twice. Was that all you wanted to ask? Well, I hope it helped.
I feel like I should have been able to ask more questions, because none of those were even about anything I wanted. There's still something you need to question Adachi about. And that's about the warning letter. Know anything about that, my friend?
The one that was delivered to his house. It's in police custody now, correct?
I don't really remember.
Probably destroyed it now, didn't we?
What do you mean you don't remember? I gave it to you to take down to the crime lab for processing. You're telling me you forgot?
I'm sorry. Your accident was right after that, and what with one thing and another, it sort of slipped my mind. Besides, that thing was just a prank, wasn't it? Jeez, what are you asking me all this for? For crying out loud, what's this all supposed to be about? Dojima-san, you really need to get back to your bed. That's why your wounds aren't healing. And you all need to go home right now. Do you have any idea what time it is?
He's like 4 years older than all of us.
Report in.
And he's getting like all pissy about it.
Just one more thing, please. We know for certain now that the first 2 murders weren't Namatame's doing. Someone else killed them. Adachi-san, do you have any idea?
It was me, Austin. I did it all along. Put him on the spot.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
'Cause we think it might have been you.
What?
Just threw that out there.
We already know Namatame's the one who put them all in.
What did you just say?
Look.
Put them all in. What's this putting them in business? Do you know something about the method behind their murders? Don't tell me that all that talk about TVs and whatnot from before was...
I see. Now I finally understand. To tell the truth, Adachi-san, I've been fixated on something you once said.
He done fucked up, right?
Why? Only that it sounded a wrong note to me. Do you recall when I read Namatame's diary? At the scene of Dojima-san's accident. At the time, I said, even the victims who survived and were never released to the public are written here. And in response, your words were, wow. Then that settles it. How, I wonder? Would that settle anything? At the time, the police had no idea that there had been other attempted murders related to the case. You had no reason to say such a thing. After all, there are countless examples of people disappearing for a few days. Yet when I read the list of names,
you want some lunch?
No objection. Odd.
Want some lunch?
What do you say to that, Detective Adachi?
You want some lunch?
I don't know. I said I'm busy.
Wait, you son of a bitch!
Did he just go off running?
Adachi! Ah, damn it! Adachi!
He's gonna crawl after him like the guy in Terminator 2. Do. Wait. He either ran into the TV or out the window.
Damn it! Where the hell did he go?
Stop on my desk, bud.
Did you find him?
Yes.
I contacted security. Nobody's seen Adachi and there's no record of anyone leaving this area. So he must be still in this ward somewhere.
He's still here? But we looked! We didn't find him anywhere!
That bastard.
You want nap time or you want to have lunch?
For heaven's sake, what are we
You want
going
lunch?
to do with you?
You want lunch?
Sorry.
No. Stop. Stop on my desk, please. You know better.
If you keep this up, there could be.
Do you want lunch or are you tired? You're rubbing your eyes.
How much
Let's have a nap.
you last time?
Come on.
You're right.
Let's have a nap.
You've got to find Adachi. I need to square this away with him. Please.
You're tired.
He hasn't left this ward yet? I don't.
I'm gonna get a fire engine truck whipped at my head. Thanks for stopping on in there, Penguins. You were very helpful today. I appreciate that, buddy. Have yourself a good, pleasant afternoon, okay?
We searched every
Make sure you have a couple drinks in there, okay?
There's nowhere to hide. I don't think we could have missed him.
He was cornered.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks for helping out.
He escaped there. If he does indeed turn up on the other side...
Otherwise, we'd still be stumbling around the central shopping district still.
So I guess we were right. What do we do now?
Let's go in or let's go tomorrow. I mean, I'm ready right now. But I don't want to be haste about it. But no, let's go in. They don't want to go in.
It's too dangerous to go in from here.
Okay, I was just going to say, if someone thinks it's a little too crazy, then someone will say so.
Let's go in from Jeunesse like always. It'll be fine.
Good talking, Rise.
We're ready for him. We'll crush that jerk in one strike.
The extremely suspicious detective Adachi-san. Another step closer to the truth. Rank 5. Heading on up. There we go, as I'm blinded by the The bright lights of the seekers of truth. I'm getting worried about the days. A lot of days are flying by because we're in the middle of an investigation, and I don't think we're gonna, like, I thought we had enough time, and then reset, I don't know. I need some time off. Scary. Split up for today, and all you went back home. Okay. Am I gonna be allowed to do something, like hang out at night? Maybe even do some understanding? Or am I too exhausted again today? Oh. Rest on up early today. We're heading on into the TV world is what we're doing tomorrow, folks. Oh, Teddy! He's in the limo. It seems you've come to the Velvet Room in your dreams again. Except no Igor, Margaret, or Marie. This time, we see Teddy. Although, albeit... I was going to say like a ghost version, but no, he solidified him, fat-ass himself there.
Where am I? Sensei? Why are you...
Okay, he can see me. That's great. I think it's a dream, buddy.
I see. How mysterious. There are so many things I don't know about. But I did realize something. I've been thinking all this time about who I really am, but I couldn't find the answer. I was no one from the start. Humans live in the...
I'll tell you what, Teddy, if you and I just want to sit down in the limousine and have a little bit of alcohol, more than happy to do so, buddy.
I was just a shadow in that world.
Everyone's worried, buddy. Everyone.
You're always so kind, Sensei.
Man, how could you not love Teddy? It's like a redemption story for him, right? Everyone hates him at the beginning. He's annoying, but you realize like he's a true good friend.
As soon as I thought that, I lost consciousness. Then when I woke up, I was inside the fog. Shadows can't stay in the human world. They aren't allowed. I walked and walked, but there was nothing all around.
But you're not a shadow, though.
Just when I started thinking
or is he?
I couldn't go anywhere, I heard the noise of a car, and then I was here. I remember lots of things now. My world is a place shaped by human thoughts. One day, a shadow living in that world awakened to human emotions. But humans and shadows are completely different entities. So he made himself forget that he was a shadow. He wanted to forget. He wanted people to like
Wait, Teddy is a shadow?
And that's how he came to look like this. I really am stupid.
Oh, Teddy, no you're not.
Teddy said before, in the end, it was all true.
No, buddy.
No matter how much I search for myself, I have no self.
Oh, I feel bad.
No me to begin with. I'm just a shadow that took a different form so humans would like me. It would have been better if I had never remembered.
No, don't talk like that, Teddy.
I'll probably turn back to a regular shadow soon. Oh yeah, Sensei, one day, when you meet Nana-chan in heaven, apologize for me.
Wait, he doesn't know that she's still alive?
I'm sorry I couldn't do anything. Tell her, I'm really
I remember he was by her... I was just gonna say, did he do something to her? Like, he just apologized and you saw him by their table, like... You saved her, Teddy.
Huh? Really?
You did. Regardless of whether or not he actually did something, which I'm led to believe he did, because that doesn't all add up.
Glad that I could at least hear that.
He was by her bed,
heart
She
feels
came
so
around and
much
he disappeared and ended up in the shadow world. That has got to be one of the shittiest, longest meetings you've ever had in your life, right? Like a 3-hour meeting? Ew.
so soothing.
Drink to 3-hour meetings being done. Welcome back in, thank you.
Something just feels so nostalgic about this place. Could this be your dream world, Sensei?
Ew. Like when my son says something gross. Ew, right? Exactly. What do you even talk? Like, you obviously talk about sex or something during these 7-hour meetings, because what else would you talk about? Boxes of wine, having a beer? My God. I mean, you need to know everybody's inner world, right? That's how a 7-hour meeting happens. Could this be my dream world? I guess? Could be something like that, Ted. I honestly don't know, buddy.
I wonder why I met.
It's a new project, so it's a lot of kickoff stuff, understanding the clientele, project, brainstorming, what they like to drink, who they like to fuck. You need to know those answers and questions, of course. Let's move on together, Teddy.
But I don't know what to look for or how to find it. No matter how
I don't know if I could handle meetings on, like, the daily.
my little brain
I
can
really don't.
understand. But I do understand one thing now. I'm glad that I met you, Sensei.
Are Teddy and I gonna kiss now? Is that what's gonna happen? Yet again, like, did you share your thoughts of like, hey, this is something that could have been done in an email Q&A form, okay? Kelsey Ann, we'd love to thank you for your contributions to this Zoom meeting. You have now been let go. And stop calling me Kelsey. We're just out to trigger everybody and anybody at all possible. One chick on my team wants to constantly meet with me, like she'll ask to make something and like, let's get on a call to talk about it. And I'm like, how about you just let me do what I need to do, and I'll let you know if you have any questions, right? Fair enough. Unless like she wants to get out like and meet, that could be even weirder. I don't know if like if you work with people that are all around and just because of COVID, you're not in the office that you talk to this person, like go out, go to the Horny Pig and have a little meeting. Right? In the middle between pork dishes or something. We can make... That's the light bearer. Oh, what has he learned? Evade electricity. That's what we need to learn. Of course. But of course, why can we learn that thing? Because we are full on everything else. So we're going to have to find something that we can get rid of here. I mean, the thought process here is Mediarama is going to be replaced by Mediarahahan. So it might look like one of these. If my meetings involved Honey Pig that I didn't have to pay for, I'd be so much more excited about meetings. Just tell Wolf has to pay for them all. Right? That's fine. I like that one. I like that one. And I like that one. I like that. I like that. I don't know what the hell to get rid of here. I think like we'll probably get eventually a Mabufadine, so probably that. But I'm thinking one of these ones. Like I think probably someone else has a defense thing. But we already have Rakunda. But do we need a Marukunda? I feel at this point we're really not running into multiple foes that we need to lower their defense, and if we do, it's just a single enemy. So off with their heads. I've been sitting in my studio since 9 a.m. and I was at least able to get some laundry done in the form of cleaning and the Bun's enclosure out during the meeting. He's enjoying his time out of his enclosure too. I always remember asking Wings about the same thing, like, do you treat rabbits, bunnies, however you want to refer to them? I think bunnies, right? Like, our bunnies and rabbits are the same thing, right? But I assume you don't want them like out walking around like I would like my cats or a dog, right? Like, because I think Wings said like the thing about like they still will probably poop sort of everywhere. Again, that's not their problem. But it's like, hey, look, if I had the option of pooping everywhere, we would just poop everywhere, right? Or you like, especially they're a smaller animal.
But I
know there's big rabbits.
Your place.
But I don't know if you wouldn't want them to get certain places probably that maybe like, I mean, I don't know, like my cats can get pretty much anywhere you want. You sort of have to make it just like my house. You got to make it so it's like kid and cat friendly. You can actually have them free roam a lot, and people do that, but you have to have them litter trained, have multiple litter boxes they can access, and then have to bun proof everything. Fair enough. Yeah, because I think Wings told me like she thinks that they chewed through like a lot of her cords because they like to do that, right? So that would hence be bun proofing everything. But that's good to know that you could sort of have them to free roam.
The water's strength has
Then the problem would be you'd run into is having everything smell like poop, possibly. I don't know if a rabbit's poop smells like a lot.
Well,
I know she lost
time we departed once again. This
the one. Was it Genji? I didn't know she lost all three.
For long. Margaret?
I think like she had. I remember she had three, and I remember thinking two because the one and then the other one had was it their brother and sister, and like I think she said like that. You know, they really got upset, like anybody would probably.
Now it's time.
Yeah, there was like Genji, Bell. Oh, I didn't know about Genji then. That sucks.
We'll be waiting for your next visit.
Someone isn't napping again, because why would they? That sucks. So,
How did it go? Did you find Teddy?
Bringing ourselves up to speed, we think Adachi might be the killer.
That annoying little furball. Just when we're at a
And he ran into the TV that was in Namatame's room.
Let's pursue Adachi for now.
But we didn't want to run into that TV because we don't know where it led. So, hence where we're at right now. Nanako is alive. That's great.
Whoa.
I mean, I even look at like when I think it's never to say that it's never okay when you lose an animal or your furry friends or anything like that.
We'd better hurry.
But it sucks a lot more when it's sudden. Like I thought to myself, like when I think about when Gavin passed away, like the damn cat was to turn 3 the following week.
And I heard
and it was sudden. Like I found him. Like that's what was happening to me. Like I've had numerous pets. These are all our own pets, but like, you know, when my family has pets, like you knew that they were sick. You take them to the vet, and the vet sort of tells you like what's wrong with them, and you know, like, you know, we don't want them to suffer, right? So it's much harder when it's out of surprise like that. Like I was very upset when I found Gavin. Like you don't expect to find your 3-year-old cat lying there.
I can say for sure he's not here.
But I don't know what happened to him, but
And I know Adachi is.
no, like it's upsetting, obviously.
Gee, Ted, why aren't you here when we need you most?
You have to be extra careful about them roaming because they chew on everything. Yeah, I remember her saying that like internet cords, and I think they ruined a couple of headphones and stuff like that.
Doesn't matter. I'm completely useless. Nana-chan, I'm so sorry.
Teddy? It is you, Teddy. I heard.
They will eat the carpet, the walls, furniture, cables, everything that is chewable. Wow.
In there, I heard my big bro and everyone else too.
They're prone to getting gastrointestinal issues, so they'll just be able to chew on anything and everything, and then they'll get a GI blockage. They tend to have those issues more than the sequestered area. Okay.
It seems she's
So
asleep.
it's good to have them wander.
Told me that she heard my voice. She heard me say,
Is this girl blind too?
It could be that her frankly miraculous recovery was because everyone's voices reached her. Even unconscious, people are capable of hearing others' voices.
my voice. And theirs too. Everyone.
She could be. Baker, good to see you, of course, my friend.
So many things we don't understand.
Yeah, it's the eye slits, right? That's therefore they're blind.
It's difficult when everything about her illness is a total unknown.
Cheers, my friend. Thank you for subscribing.
Well, if anything happens, please send for me.
Which is why Finn has an enclosure with enough space he can stretch out and exercise, but if I let him out, it's only in one room. Okay. Which I assume is bunny-proof.
So all I have to do is make them not unknown. Nana-chan's doing her best. Sensei and the others are probably fighting now too.
I'm well, Lothars. How are you?
But Nana-chan cheered up when she heard my voice.
Your internet is terrible today. Also, I just look terrible for internet reasons.
I can't just give up thinking about things. That's why I came back here.
A nice blizzard you're dealing with? I haven't looked outside. Nice and sunny outside here in Canada. Teddy's strong will allowed him to accept and overcome his weaknesses, awaken his heart's true power. Please be a better looking persona. Okay, he just has a bigger butt to poop out of. Okay. It's been since yesterday, 100-kilometer-hour winds with blowing snow. I mean, what else do you expect in good old Saskatchewan?
I'll be back soon.
Like right now, he has an entire room to roam around, but he's been in the same spot for 2 hours. Look, my cats can free roam around wherever they want, and they just decide to sleep on my bed 23 hours out of the day. Except for the witching hour, where they go running around like a bunch of crazy people.
Rise-chan, if only Teddy was with us.
Didn't he say his nose is practically useless now? And could he even help us find that bastard?
No.
Game is going well. Lots of things are happening.
That bear's a loudmouth, but
Nanako's alive.
he's always so full of energy.
Teddy's gone missing.
And always optimistic.
And Adachi ran into a TV.
I'm all right.
That brings up everyone to speed, I believe.
A little dizzy. The fog's so dense. It's hard to see through it.
Why don't we call it a day? It won't do us any good if you collapse.
I agree.
Excellent indeedies,
Became
yes.
fatigued. Even if we found Adachi, our capacity in battle would be reduced. Moreover, it's almost nighttime.
You want some
We
cheese?
should return to our world for the present.
Yeah? And get you some lunch? That's why I'm like, Matt, free roam buns are cool and all. They're basically cats, but fluffy. There's also just too many variables to account for, and Flynn just isn't interested in all of that. I've given him the entire upper floor, and he will sniff around and go right back to his enclosure. He wants to go back home. It's where he feels safe, right?
I know he's in there too. What's wrong with me? My powers are completely useless.
Fucking Risei. I'm never going to get her as my waifu. I think we're running out of time. When can we bump uglies?
Where the hell?
When can we bump uglies?
I'm sorry.
I thought for a second this was someone playing a sick joke.
Idiot! Bad bear!
Bad bear, bad. Time to watch this in 480p. I mean, I still think I look beautiful. I'm just going to take a quick minute as soon as I get an opportunity where the game and everyone stops talking. And grab my son just some like some cut up cheese and kielbasa, and he can eat it in here. It'll be all good. I don't want him out. I think one of the cats broke an ornament, and I don't want him going around to play. Like, I cleaned it up and everything, but I don't know if I missed something. But I ran out there and I looked, so I don't know if they're out batting at things or whatever. Listen to Teddy's confession, and he finally understands who he really is. He's only a shadow. 360p. That's back in the 1996, right?
You mean you're one of those things we've been fighting?
Yup. Just like the ones you all know about. Shadows are suppressed.
So in other words, you're slowly going like, what was her name from Trails? Eris's daughter. I can't remember.
You kept telling us from the start that you wanted to bring peace.
Might as well be Nanako.
World, right?
But in the end, I was just an
Shizuku. That sounds right. You could have told me any Japanese sounding name and I would have said, yep, that sounds right.
now to try and make my world peaceful. But instead, the weird fog started seeping out into this world too.
So Lothar's like, when you have that type of blizzard going on out your way, do you just like hunker down and just basically play video games and drink alcohol all day or what?
We weren't expecting much from you in the first place, and about you being
It's because you guys have no like,
pretty much figured you were something.
not that we have mountains where I live, but like, you have nothing that breaks up anything, right? Just the wind comes on through like a hurricane. Just, you wouldn't even know.
Would think such a
Maybe you could stand up and have Alinity make a snow block, perhaps.
So what's the problem with being a shadow?
It's true that you may have been born that way.
Mabufu?
You possess the power of persona.
That sounds like something.
Shadow is suppressed power. Once controlled by the ego,
We do.
it becomes a
We do.
Doesn't it follow then that
There's two sets of mountains. There's the Rocky Mountains, which go from all the way basically from like sort of like the upper portion of Canada all right through to the U.S. down into almost California basically. And then in Quebec, there's the Mount Tremblant, I believe it is. It's not as big as the Rocky Mountains, but again, those are also aside.
Between you and us.
There isn't anything really in between. Like, comically enough, I'll share something about where I live. I think I've said this before. So I live in what's generally known as the Golden Horseshoe.
The rest of us are pretty much a group of misfits.
And the reference to that is, it's not like, locally, we call it the mountain.
Isn't that just you?
And in reference, I live on top of the mountain. It's not a mountain. It's more of an escarpment, but the way it works around, it's in the shape of a horseshoe. So like you could live in the valley, you can live on top of it. But it's like, no, it's a fair amount. Like it's not a mountain, but I mean it's, you know, there is some elevation to it, obviously.
that sort of thing.
But to think of it as like living on the mountain is not that way. It's not like I live on top of a mountain. It's just like you have a big hill and then it's a lot of flat land again on top of it.
Well, the main thing
Easy way to think of it, I guess.
pumped about this without someone nice and fuzzy around.
Sounds like a load of propaganda if you ask me. Next you'll be telling me the earth is round. No, flat. I'm one of those weird flat earther people.
Now that the band's back together, let's take
I know, we never landed on the moon. It's all been a hoax. Mythbusters did it. They took pictures and everything.
But I'll do my best to look for him too.
You can see your dog run away for days. Yeah, isn't like essentially like Manitoba, Saskatchewan relatively just flat? Corner gas! What about the animated version? Alright, I'm gonna get my son some, Did you poop? Did you poop?
Uh-oh.
I think someone pooped. Did you poop? Let me see. You got something. You want some lunch? Alright, give me like 2 minutes. We'll be right back.
Pretty baby, come and save me. I got a confession for you. Call me crazy, but I may be committing a crime of search me, I'll give it all up just to be with you. I'm so happy, now you got me. I'll surrender all my love to you. Don't you see what you're doing to me? I'm in love and I can't break free. Now I'm begging with you, baby. Please don't leave me hanging. Oh, oh, oh. It's a lockdown, baby. You drive me crazy. Ain't no escaping. Your love has got me doing time. You're my attorney, my judge and jury. I'm pleading guilty, so lock me up for with the key. Oh, 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 yeah. I said lock me up for with the key. Yeah. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Lock me up for with the key. Baby, it's a lockdown, baby. You drive me crazy. Ain't no escaping. Your love has got me doing time. You're my attorney, my judge and jury. I'm pleading guilty, so lock me up for with the key. You gotta take away the key, my baby. Lock me up for with the key. Keep me in there. Lock me up for with the key. Hey, pretty baby, come and save me. I got a confession for you. Call me crazy, but I may be committing a crime of the first degree. I'm not pretending, I mean what I'm saying. I'm coming in with my hands held high. Gotta face it, I'm not gonna make it without your love, and I got nowhere to go. Don't you see what you're doing to me? I'm in love and I can't break free. Now I'm begging with you, baby. Please don't leave me hanging. Oh, 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 no, it's a lockdown, baby. You drive me crazy. Ain't no escaping. Your love has got me doing time. You're my attorney, my judge and jury. I'm pleading guilty, so lock me up for with the key. Oh, wait. Hey, hey. I said lock me up for with the key. Yeah. Ooh, ooh, yeah. Lock me up for with the key. You can't restrain me. You can search me. I'll give it all up just to be with you. I'm so happy. Now you got me. I'll surrender all my love to you. Don't you see what you're doing to me? I'm in love and I can't break free. Now I'm begging with you, baby. Please don't leave me hanging. Oh, oh, oh. It's a lockdown, baby. You drive me crazy. Ain't no escaping. Your love has got me doing time. You're my attorney, my judge and jury. I'm pleading guilty, so lock me up for with the key. Oh, 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 yeah. I said lock me up for with the key. Yeah. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Lock me up for with the key. Baby, it's a lockdown, baby. You drive me crazy. Ain't no escaping. Your love has got me doing time. You're my attorney, my judge and jury. I'm pleading guilty, so lock me up for with the key. You gotta take away the key, my baby. Lock me up for with the key. Keep me in there. Lock me up for with the key.
Okay. Thank you for being patient today. Honestly, it's been like a little ridiculous today. That's the realities of what's going on. Teddy, show up for me. There we go. Yes. So Teddy's a shadow, apparently. Baker's watching the stream in 160p. You know, all those jazz things. You want to change channel? All right, yeah, I forgot. Cartoons aren't on. That's a bigger problem. You know, you gotta get down to those true problems. No, Corey Carson is not a good show. We're upset about it. I'm now watching it through a flip book. Okay, look, everyone, okay. On an Atari, good for you, champ. Apparently we still want to watch Corey Carson Halloween. It just keeps devolving. I mean, what's below an Atari? Like a Commodore 64? An Apple II? Since you'll start fresh again tomorrow, each of you decided to go home for today. Can I actually do something at night today? Wait, what? You want juice? Juice or this? Your mom! At least it's not an Ex-a-Sketch. There we go. I know where you're getting at with that. That's now how. I don't think that's the proper way of spelling an Ex-a-Sketch. I don't even know if it is an Ex-a-Sketch. Like, is it an Ex? But we're gonna devolve into something super terrible if we keep talking out loud here. Can I make a coffee? Can we go out anywhere? Everyone's, you know, at the hospital, but heaven forbid we go visit them at the hospital. No. We don't even have a cat telling us that it's time for, you know, to go to bed. It's an Xera about. Yeah, Etch-a-Sketch. Thank you, Lothars. Eventually we'll get there with it. Nothing but foggy days. We've recovered from yesterday's events as if that was anything. We should go over to the TV world with everyone after school. Oh, actually, school is happening. Have I started playing Final Fantasy XIV? Not yet. Possibly this weekend we might actually look into it. I discussed it with Mrs. P. She's probably going to be interested as well, so we'll probably all start up some characters up on Leviathan and start rocking it on in.
But if Risei-chan couldn't find him, I really doubt someone with a dried up nose like me will be much help. I do smell a Dachi baby in here, but the fog is completely covering up his scent.
Teddy, you can't do it either?
I mean, I think regardless, I'll start on the weekend.
With those eyes,
Have we figured out, can I play with my old characters on Cactar with you guys in Leviathan? Or is that like, because they're different data centers or whatever, that's a no-go?
Ooh, I'm getting something!
I'd have to transfer them? Okay, I'll just make a new character then.
Teddy?
I mean, it's been a while since I've even played, so I'll just make a new character. Stumble around like a proper Lalafell has to.
I sense it from this away.
Is it Itachi?
Lothars, I'll share something with you.
How do I put it?
Don't try to think of it that way, like that you need to plan for it. I always approached MMOs of like, oh, I feel bad, I'm not playing with it, yet I'm paying for it, you know, and it's, if I'm not paying, it's a waste of money. I think like approaching it like it's a single player experience is a little bit easier. Baker explained that to me. I mean, I have played Final Fantasy XIV before, but yeah, I find like it doesn't feel like World of Warcraft. It feels like it's a decent experience regardless of how you want to experience it. Whether it's with friends, by yourself, who cares?
It was just dumb luck. It's because that's where I first sensed Sensei and the others. That's why it kinda smelled over there.
Heading out to Ohio.
Wait, did you say
Hamilton, Ohio, London, England. Wow. We should all meet up for drinks after or something.
You're saying he peed his pants there?
Lothars, I have to tell you, and I think everyone will agree, it's one of the best, not only MMOs out there, but it's a solid Final Fantasy story.
Well, it happened so
It really is a great game.
my memory's kind of fuzzy.
Looks great, runs great. Mwah, chef's kiss all aboard.
Enough fuzziness. Follow me, the master of fuzzy logic.
And I never even made it out of A Realm Reborn, to be honest.
I haven't even heard you crack up.
I don't even think I finished it.
Yumiko, though I really
Maybe I
wonder
did.
sometimes about your
What's the
sensitivity.
second one? Shadow? No. Stormblood is the second one, I think. Heaven's Ward. Jesus, I've forgotten a few here and there. Yeah, I think I just started that. Just started it. Yeah, put time into it, bud. I just have to approach of like everyone's also like, oh, because Endwalkers is coming out, they feel like the big jump into like, oh, I have to finish that to get to the new content. No, like I could take my sweet ass time. I'm in no hurry to get to Endwalker. Like I'll probably buy Endwalker when it comes out. That way I get all of the previous expansions because they're smart like that and that's how they release that stuff. So I'll probably do it that way and give it a good college try, as we say. Morty. But you know, we'll get there. Oh my god, that's a lot of period blood.
Bitch. I noticed her first, and she just had to run off and have an affair. Who's there? Oh, it's you guys. You're very persistent.
I'm one of those weirdos. I don't know if I want a 30% experience boost. Call me weird. But I want to, like, I feel like you're missing stuff because you're leveling up so quickly. And I know they want you to get through all of the content. But I feel like, are you missing stuff if you do that? Early in the story, you get a ring that also gives you yeah, I know all that stuff. Yeah, like, I feel like you just wouldn't you be missing, like, the side quests and stuff? Huh. Okay. Maybe I'll convince the wife and we'll all just get into Endwalker in 8 years. You're very persistent. Did you kill Miss Yamano?
You're getting on my nerves, kid.
That sly look of Adachi there is a little annoying. It's a punchable face.
It was an accident. She started struggling. What else was I supposed to do? I called her out to the lobby because I wanted to ask her something, and then she started getting hysterical on me.
Eat your kielbasa too, buddy, okay? You can't just eat goldfish crackers all day.
And what's this something important you called me out here for?
Called you out for sex. That's the important thing.
What they say on the news isn't true.
Boy, I remember a CRTV like that. I used to play Jet Moto on a thing like that.
Why do I have to explain myself to you?
What you looking for?
So you don't deny it. You caught my eye. But it turns out you're another worthless bitch.
Whoa!
What's wrong with you? Don't make me call for help.
So that really the XP boost is early, but doesn't really hinder with quests, dungeons, or raids.
You need to see what it's like to fear for your life.
Yeah, I see a lot of people buying old CRTVs for the old games because they don't run very well on the new stuff.
No.
Wait, so...
She fell in. Wow.
So we went to go kiss her and she moved back and she fell inside of the TV. But so, that's interesting.
Good thing for me.
He's heard of it,
there in the middle of the night.
but he didn't know that he could throw people in, but...
I learned about the Midnight Channel through some rumors.
Interesting.
You hear a lot of fishy stories like that on the Force.
I know, right?
But it was pure coincidence that I touched the screen and discovered my power. I burst out.
So that's two people outside of us that know that you could touch the TV. Adachi and Namatame.
So you tested it out on Mayumi Yamano?
Nah, it was nothing like that. I'm a very sincere fellow. I was just trying to punish the stupid bitch a little.
Happens to the best of us, Baker.
Yeah.
I still think the TV world is the best glory hole there. You never know what your dick's gonna see.
Struggled for no reason.
Then you were responsible for Saki-senpai's death!
Saki? Oh yeah, her name was Saki Konishi, or something like that. At first I just called her in because of work-related stuff. Her being the one who found Mayumi's body and all.
Saki, $5.
I'd need to know.
Is the internet getting better for you, Baker? Have you tried attempting to fix the bitrate? On the fly, by the way. Glad to hear it, buddy.
What's this about anyways? Didn't you call me in for more questions?
Well, we'll get to that. But you know, I saw you this
How did he
afternoon.
push her into a TV that small?
You were getting pretty cozy with that Namatame.
Whoa! Got a little fresh with that, eh?
Good enough for you. Well, I know how to deal with girls like you.
I shove him into a TV. She's probably thinking something completely different, and he just shoves her into a TV.
When I was in school, I wasn't allowed to do anything but study my ass off. I was supposed to be the best of the best, and instead they
Don't put your feet in your meat.
But I guess I got the sweet power to make up for it. Life's not so bad after
Feet in the meat, all. Feet in the meat.
Get on your knees and beg, and maybe I'll let you out.
Did he just stick his head in there and yell?
Yeah, like that'll happen.
And this is why women are afraid of nice guys. Wait, you mean like the Reddit nice guys, where like they think just because they're nice to you that they're supposed to get laid and all that jazz?
It's a lot easier the second time. High school
I thought that was
girls-
a. I mean, yes, it's not an internet meme, but yes, it is.
Come on, give me a break. I didn't know it was dangerous inside the TV. It's not like I was trying to kill them. I mean, I'm sure they hit on.
Look, we all know that if you want a lady to like you, you have to take him to the horny pig several times, and then maybe they'll give you a peck on the cheek or something like that. But you have to take him to horny pig. That's how it works.
You knew from what happened to Mayumi Yamano that people die in here.
See, I might be onto something here, right?
So what if I knew?
So what if I knew? Did you trick Namatame?
Nah, he called the police in the middle of the night, just after they found.
I mean, I love just the thought that if I took Baker
And it happened that I was the one who took the call.
to a horny pig,
Namatame said the police refused to.
that within a meal or two, we could be on a full-fledged makeout session like that. I mean, it's just boggling the brain just thinking about it. I'm getting excited. I guess it could apply to Lothars as well, but I mean, I don't know them that well yet. We're getting there.
That's the pattern to the 2 deaths so far? And now you're seeing a girl in a kimono on that weird program.
Giggity. Giggity.
Namatame-san, do you seriously expect us to believe something like that?
But it's true.
Baker, is that yours and I porno on YouTube? Somehow it got past the censorship there? Did you put huge black lines around my penis?
Sound interesting, though. But... Oh, I have an idea. If you really want to save her that much, why not do it yourself? Like, you could shelter her somewhere.
I know, right? How else would I have gotten so popular?
Save her yourself. You can do it.
I only used 1 pixel. Seemed to do the trick. Damn it! Does anyone notice that size of either beer or wine bottle that was in Namatame's room? I mean, that almost puts the bottles of wine that Chelsea Ann drinks every night.
About luck. All I did was give him a little push, and he completely bought in.
Oh, also, I felt like I should tell you guys. Chelsea was reminding me that she much prefers to be referred to as Kelsey Ann. Apparently, I've been getting her name wrong this entire time. So, and her favorite character in Roman gods is Achilles. Achilles.
None, really. I could do it, that's all. And it was fun.
It's all coming together.
I guess that's my reason?
You murdered people just for the fun of it?
Who doesn't?
Come on. All I did was put people in here. I didn't murder them. And Namatame did most of it. I had nothing to do with
I am not clinically insane. I might just be a little insane in the membrane. Maybe.
He put people inside TVs? You think the police are that stupid?
Well, they did hire you, jerkwad. Yes, jerkwad
To
indeed.
admit, though, I never thought you guys would manage to track me down. I like that.
I mean, I never said I had a brain. When I went for a haircut, I think after cutting so much hair, she probably cut the rest of the brain off and made it all smooth.
You mean to say that Mitsuo Kubo's disappearance was your doing as well? I did.
Who is Mitsuo Kubo?
Course of action. If he had special powers and wanted attention, why resort to a regular copycat crime? But that wasn't the case. Kubo had no such powers. In fact, he was thrown in by you.
I do like those Twitch default icons. I really do like them.
Inside the TV, so I really got a kick out of that one.
Why did you do that? And how come Mitsuo didn't say anything about you?
I'm like the Scarecrow, like from Batman or from Wizard of Oz. Come on. How about a little fire, Scarecrow? Blah, right?
To a room at the station with the TV, switched off the lights, and did it quick while he was still startled.
I never get any references, to be honest.
Did either. No one would believe him, even if he survived. Of course,
You didn't eat all your cheese or crackers.
Wait, the police station?
Yeah, he turned himself in pretty quick, actually. This was back when we didn't even know enough to issue a search warrant. But the other officers decided it was just a prank.
It's just a prank, bro. It's just a prank.
Can't blame them. I mean, a kid coming and saying, "I did it all, it was me." Who'd believe him? But it looked bad. I didn't think anyone would come forward and take the blame for all the incidents. The police were desperate to pin it on anyone. If this kid really did it, they might have announced the case was closed. And if that happened...
Place is closed. Wrap it up, folks. Like, is this Adachi's house? Does he just, like, spray period blood everywhere?
I came up with the idea to put him inside the TV on the spot.
The game would be over? You threw him in just so your fun wouldn't end?
And that's what it is, right?
You gotta have some excitement in life.
When it gets to be Adachi's time of the month, he just is like, well, screw up covering that up or shoving a tampon up my ass. Let's just use the wall.
He was arrested again, and everyone acted like he was the true culprit behind it all. Couldn't they see how badly he copied the crime scene? It worked out in
Yes,
the end,
it is nice,
because
Lothars.
Ino Namatame kept saving people.
Hopefully Kelsey Ann gets working on my emotes and you'll have even more.
What an idiot.
She'll probably never ever finish them if I keep referring to her as Kelsey Ann.
Murder Saki Senpai for such a stupid reason! You bastard! I'll never forgive you!
You can keep your forgiveness.
Maybe she'll turn them into NFTs.
This place soon enough anyways. Didn't you notice? The fog's everything on that side's pretty much screwed. The two worlds will merge soon, and then there'll be no difference, no sides anymore.
What the hell's he talking about?
This isn't his real body. The real Adachi is somewhere else.
But this guy
Wait,
feels different from an
I was just gonna say, is this like his shadow version?
like he's going
Like his evil version?
Wow, you can tell that much? This me is just around to greet you guys, and thank you for wasting your time by chasing me in here. I'd say this world has taken a real...
It's a well-sized bedroom right there. I mean, unless it's just a studio apartment, then, well,
and the
you know.
monsters don't attack me at all. Maybe they can tell we have the same goal.
The Shadow's goal?
By the end of the year, Inaba will disappear completely into the fog.
In a year?
This place will be reality.
Or by the end of the year. Not in a year, by the end of the year. I'm an idiot. I can't read.
This world has a mind of its own. We'll see which of us it favors.
Keep your bullshit to
I
yourself.
wanted to slap the shit out of her for that guy. I hate the type of people who just get louder and more aggressive when they're so obviously the one in the wrong the entire time.
What a chump! Didn't I just tell you the real me is somewhere else?
Did I miss something?
We'll put an end to this.
Get back here, you!
Did he turn into a plant? Who's this nutcase that that I don't know of?
How this place will become our reality. Was he serious?
Is it Britney Spears? I thought she wasn't a nut job.
We'd best proceed under the assumption that it's no
Did you finish your lunch?
It felt like
Logan.
he's gained some
Eat
strong
your kielbasa
power
and
after
cheese.
coming here.
Don't tell me no.
Maybe he got taken over by that power.
Starts screeching about his pecker? Wait, is it about me? I mean, I talk about my penis and other people's penises quite often, but it's not like over the top.
What happens then?
I think he means
Jordan, please.
this world will engulf the human world. The people in town are...
Oh, that video! The one that I didn't click on because I thought it was a porno between you and I, and not you and I, but me and Baker, you and I. Just, oh my god, Jordan, shut up!
From the outside world, then the other side might become full of shadows.
Are you telling me that I should click that video? Is it a safe video to put on the stream? End stream. Wait, like so you and I can bump uglies type of thing? Like that's what you want after or what? There's a lot going on in Persona, a lot going on in chat. Apparently they're talking about somebody else. Okay, I have an opportunity to find this YouTube video. We're gonna find it. There it is. Look, giggity. Oblivion NPC aggression. NPC can't get out of the car. 2 minutes of this. I think we can figure this out. Oh, hold on. Is everyone oh my god. Oh, ads? Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now?
The always pan to replace 8 pieces of
The biggest sale of the year is happening with boil, saute, what on earth? Okay. No, I don't want YouTube Premium, you penis. Hold on.
My daughter has to get in. He won't move his car. My daughter has to get in. Move it. You parked it too fucking close. Yeah, you heard me. When you open that door,
Does she do this a lot? Is she okay?
No, she's fine.
Is she in the red car that's parked wrong to begin with?
Let's get serious. Let's get serious. You see the line that separates these? Now come over here.
So she parks like a piece of shit. And then is mad because she can't get into her side.
And then look at this. You need to stay within the lines.
This looks like a Costco parking lot. They have lines like that.
But look, I'm perfectly between the lines. Look, oh, I'm actually hugging this side a little too much.
The Elder Scrolls, like Skyrim music, really wraps it all together. I mean, the panda backpack wraps it all up together nicely.
Oh.
Fuck you.
Whoa.
Don't call women crazy, fucker. You're crazy. Look, you little shit. You fucking old bitch.
Whoa.
In a car like that, asshole. You're not happy, man. You're an old fart. You're too old to be driving a car like that. It's too big for you.
I'm in disbelief.
Pecker.
Oh, it's a Home Depot. Okay.
You drive like
In America.
So you need that is your dick, isn't it? You proud of your old
Wow, that guy has a Jeep for a dick? Fuck, I've been doing everything wrong all my life. How do I achieve getting a Jeep for a dick?
fighting with a woman, you little pecker.
I'm not fighting at all.
Bitch. Go on, man, because I'll take you down. You
Whoa, gonna take me down.
That's threatening, but it's not. I'm just
Park that shit correctly.
being entertained. I'm in disbelief.
How could you not be in disbelief over that?
No, it's okay. She said I parked too close to her car.
Teach the woman how to park within the lines. Driving license quest added. That'll do it. Okay, sure. Yep. That went over well. That's why Logan took so long? Stu. That hurts, Stu. Should have used a Jeep. I guess I should have. I guess. Went through so much to get here. Now it turns out he was pulling our strings. No more. Baker, if your penis was a vehicle, what vehicle would it be?
Yeah. It's about time we finished this. I don't want to feel this way ever again.
I feel like it would be like a Vauxhall. Those are in the UK, right? Perhaps
Presence from that direction. He's taunting us.
Bentley?
Let's go kick his ass right now!
What does the Queen drive around in?
I suggest we prepare ourselves.
A chariot?
We can't let him stand.
A Mini Cooper. Mr. Bean's Mini Cooper.
All the power at our disposal and defeat him without fail.
Stu, you on lunch break? You done work for the day? Took off early for the afternoon?
To freak out. Let's get prepared. Let's get over-prepared and leave footprints all over his stupid, smug face.
I don't think we want to be doing that. That's rather mean. By pooling all of our strength together, we were able to come back up to Judgment again. What was that three-wheel car in Mr. Bean? Oh! I remember that. Didn't he always like make them crash? He'd cut them off all the time. You always had to feel bad about them. When did we get to rank 8? I feel like it was like rank 4 like 6 years ago. A Reliant Robin. Are you at the point where like you had so much vacation that you weren't able to use during COVID, and now like because you're sort of back to the office but not really, you're forced to take it, and they're getting really worried because they don't want to pay it out afterwards at the end? Don't eat that. Get your feet out of your... Stop. Are you eating this? Are you eating this? No, you're not leaving. Are you eating this? Are you eating your lunch? I'm eating your cheese. Had no seatbelts in the back, 3 wheels, scariest drives in town I've ever had as a kid. We have inventory all December, so I have to take it now. Why does your company decide to do inventory during December? Why not like March? Lousy March weather. Alright, I gotta get my son a drink. And he didn't eat. If I tilt this anymore, it's gonna end up all over my keyboard. I know you want out there. You can't go out there. You can't go out there. 1 sec. Come on. Ow! What? What did I showcase the inability to do? I mean, I showcase the inability to do a lot of things. It's our slow time and syncs the calendar year with the fiscal year. Wait, I thought most companies did the fiscal year like smarts to smarts or something like that. I don't know. I mean, Lothars, don't get them started on good reasons. Deserve that. Am I going to be able to hang out? Can we do something? Make a coffee? Hang out with someone? Because, you know, all this time to hang out with Rise is slowly going away. Wait, so is the Reliant Robin the vehicle that we're talking about with the Mr. Bean three-wheeled car that you always cut off? Okay. So you like those would be terrifying. My God. Like, is this fog getting thicker and thicker like someone's penis? Or is it just me? Does this mean the world's coming to an end? I actually heard someone say that. What do you think's gonna happen? Earthquake? Tsunamis? Huh, nothing's gonna happen. It's just fog, you doofus. Besides, if something terrible happens, the Defense Force or someone is sure gonna come and save us. Yeah, I guess you're right. I am so weird. You have to be weird. You have to be weird. They can also tip over on one side if the corner is too sharp and is going too fast. Watch Jeremy Clarkson test the Robin. It goes as expected. What if some giant monster attacks Inaba? Or aliens? I saw a movie about something like that. Ever fitting. Aliens. Am I allowed out in school here? Hey, everyone! They posted the test results. I just want to be clear here. I got every answer right except for one, and that was the first one. I thought, look, if you were given a question of what do you think French food takes after, and you were given the option of Spanish food, Italian food, or Japanese food, what would you pick? What would you pick? Check W's in chat. Yeah. I don't think I did as bad as Yosuke. Now I gotta take a piss because I drank a beer and I gotta get... Oh, God damn it. I'll be right back. Sorry. We're like completing like 0% of the game. I feel bad, but... He put training wheels on it? I feel like Top Gear was a good show, and then when Amazon got their hands in it, thought that they were gonna still get the Top Gear, and then it wasn't. Sort of sucked. People who hate it, Grand Tour, whatever the fuck it's called, okay? It's not as good. It's very much the same as Top Gear. I only watched the first few seasons, like maybe a couple. I didn't think it was as good as Top Gear. Maybe they got better? I don't know. Maybe people told them like, look, you suck. You need to get better. Okay. That's where I probably stopped. And then I was like, well, you want me to watch another season after this? Come on now. Come on, Nancy. American Top Gear is just meh. It's only because I was literally going to say it's worse because of Rutledge Wood. Like, I know he's supposed to be the comedic relief, but he's dog shit. Rutledge Wood? He's one of those people that just tries to be funny, but is not really funny. Is it possible that the fog will shroud the entire world by the end of the year? No, no one believes that shit. Save, though. Are you telling me I might actually be able to hang out with someone? I'm obviously wrong. I'm obviously right. I've met the man and he's legitimately a very funny guy. It was all a script. Just like how I write my scripts for my streams long before. Someone else has done all of the hard work for me, okay? I just got to make it appear funny. That's it. Much like him, okay? If you met me in real life, I'm not as funny as I am on stream. I guarantee it. Yeah, I'm very boring because no one has written anything for me. So I'm like, oh, geez, here we go. How do we do this? Okay, no one to hang out with. Let's go catch some bugs, though. That we can do. Go on into town. The only American version of a British show that actually worked was The Office. Yes. Yes, you're not wrong. But couldn't one arguably argue about arguing about an argument? Like, didn't Ricky Gervais also have a hand in the Americanized version as well? Just you. We're no longer friends. What? What happened? All because I don't think Rutledge Wood is funny? I don't know about that. Talking smack about my boy! Ricky Gervais was behind the casting, but he wasn't directly involved for a majority of it. You just don't get this sense of humor. Oh, I get it. It's a bunch of NASCAR shit. Oh, I get it. Thinking he's funny. He's not. Oi! He has his moment. Why? What's with all this black stuff all over my screen now? That's gonna come off as racist. Oh, and Rise is only available on weekends, right? That's it. That dog doesn't want to talk to me until I have some basic understanding. That's great. Hello, Marie. Would you like to hang out, even though we're already maxed out? What's wrong with these people? Oi, mate! I love NASCAR, bruv! Oh, what's wrong with this guy? Seems to be mumbling to himself, but he can't make any sense of it. Who would we like to spend time with today? It could be, you know, we haven't hung out with Yumi in a while. I don't know what the period.t has anything to do with it, though, Kelsey Ann. Oh, hi! Is your father-in-law still in the hospital? Let's go to drama club practice. Work on our drama. Time of the month, randomly coming. He just so I can point out, he said it, not me. I do not take anything from my mods speaking their minds. Okay, I'm just saying. He said it. He said it. I'll go down with the ship with you, Baker. But I'm just saying, I wasn't me that said it. We're all going to jail, Baker. doing here? We reciting some lines about someone's terrible time of the month or something? How would you act if it was your time of the month if you were a man? It's a joke right over our heads, right? Nothing happened at all. No comments or concerns to be brought up at all there, Kelsey Ann. Don't you worry about it. We're here. We're having fun. Just don't read the chat up above. You talked with the despondent Yumi for a while. What does despondent mean? That she's on her period? Must be. That makes sense. It's impossible to answer because you have zero clue to begin with. Wait, about the woman's time of the month? I understand how that happens. They just get moody for possibly 5 to 7 days of the month every month. And you bleed all over the walls like in Adachi's apartment. You just tell me when I've gone over the line so then I know to vomit over it and cross over again, okay? I know nothing? No, Baker told me I was right. We explained it. We had a long conversation on Discord last night about that time of the month for us. Oh my god. See, just when you thought that someone would bury us further, it's Baker. He's doing the burying. Where's Mr. Swoony during this time? Is he on site somewhere? Actually working? Or has he gone off to the horny pig again? At work. No one believes that. Horny pig. Can we go outside? We can. Look at that. Even though I need to work on my understanding. Rise! She's gonna rank up though the next time we see her. It's gonna be real close. Sayoko! Let's go there. Work on our understanding. What part-time job will we go to? We only have one. Let's go to that. Hey, look! I believe this was the same bed that Namatami was in. If there's a nice little TV over at the side. Need to shower, pack, leaving in a couple of hours. So later, have a good rest of this room. Chelsea, thank you as always for coming on in. I know we always go over the line a little bit every once in a while, but enjoy your time in Ohio, London, England, and we'll see you when you get back. Not to notice. We never notice. Courage. I don't need more courage. I need more knowledge. I should be smart enough to know that I don't need to work here anymore. Jordan, it's a joke. Chelsea knows that. Sometimes I'm not sure. I think it was the anywho that threw me off there. Felt like I've upset them, and they left on that term.
Hey.
Oh, good morning. Finally, time to fight the real culprit. I mean, is it really? When are we going to be ready to fight Adachi-san? Are you all right? Oh, yeah, thank you for worrying about you. I'm fine. I'm just, worried about Nanako. Well, she's fine, alive and well. Dojima keeps getting up and stumbling around the hallways of the hospital, and thus his wounds never heal. But eventually they'll probably strap him on down into his bed so he gets some bed sores and then dies from that or something. Fair enough, Chelsea. Have a good one. Sure is getting cold. Those nips must be just being rock hard for Miss Kashiwagi. Fog's not lifting either, so let's stay healthy. Let's just watch something on TV. Those polar bears sure are active even in the cold. They live in the cold, Miss Kashiwagi. You're a teacher and you don't know this? Fuzzy wuzzy polar bears, their fur isn't actually white, you know. Mind blown. Isn't that right? You seem happy about something. Yeah, probably. What is it I'm happy about? I don't know. Do you know what color a fuzzy wuzzy polar bear's fur really is? I don't know. I want to say gray. Gray is like an offshoot of could be white. It's not transparent. That doesn't make any sense. Maybe it does. Gray? Gray like my hair sometimes? What the fuck has transparent hair? Transparent fur scatters the light that hits it, making it appear white to us. Well, that's racist. Their skin is black, letting them efficiently absorb the sun's rays. They're well equipped to have fun in the cold. Aren't we all? I knew it was either transparent or black because I think their roots are black. Oh, well, thanks for speaking up, by the way, Baker. Is it possible that the fog will shroud the entire world by the end of the year? Maybe it actually wants me to get something going by then. But I need to hang out with Rise. And I also need to get some more bugs. I feel like I'm missing something. I've been streaming for 4 hours and we accomplished 6 minutes of gameplay, as the joke goes. Look, your parents paid for this education, so they deserve me not interfering with it. My parents didn't pay for any education. Government loans paid for it. Yeah. In comparison to normal streams, Lothars, it's been far better than usual, right? All right, now we can go hang with you. Well, I feel like, do I want to stumble around the school to see if there's quests? I don't know. Start on up at the roof. Oh, okay, I was just say, where did everyone go? Just Chie's gone, missing. Mario's missing, Chie is missing. Nobody has any quests for us, eh? I'm trying to figure, like, when's the last, like, possible time we could do anything here? Nothing there. Ah! Go hang with Rise. Possibly work on our way of getting to Bump Uglies. Oh, that's Rise. Hi, Rise. You're just staring at that red button? You're not weird at all.
Senpai.
You look tired. Let's do something together. We'll do our best tomorrow after we're recharged for today. How's that sound? Hang out and relax. Absolutely. Where should we go? Let's go to Chagall Cafe. Or the meat shop. She's enthusiastic about eating out. There's phrasing right there. There's phrasing.
Maybe our shop should do something like this. How about a gunmo kebab?
A what?
Or a tofu croquette?
Croquette. Is this her business manager again?
Well, if it isn't, Rise-chan.
You're the deputy.
Wait, who's Hal?
Right? Good afternoon.
Why is she standing like that? She's probably just like waiting to like take a deuce or something and just like slides out, right? You always got to be ready.
They're gonna be filming nearby, right? I hope they stop by Inaba too. Oh,
Hal from 2000. Oh, that guy. I've never seen that movie. The only reference I have from that is from Simpsons, because of course it is.
How many are coming? We only have small bed and breakfasts around here. Got it. They can stay at the Amagi Inn. All right. I need to go tell that manager guy I was just talking to.
When it was what was his name? Pierce Brosnan was the voice of the one from the Treehouse of Horrors one.
Oh, Rise-chan. Nice to see you.
Inoue-san, what do you want today?
I'm down here scouting film locations, so I thought I'd come see you. I wanted to hear your answer one more time, face to face.
Do you ever want to be Risette again?
Sure you're not coming back?
I'm not going back.
I see. Okay.
She's a filming location? I know, right? Phrasing.
New job. I signed up as Konami Mashita's manager. Remember how we were talking about doing that movie? They picked Konami as your replacement.
They picked Konami?
We're gonna sell Konami. I have every confidence she'll be just as popular. No, even more popular.
Even more popular than Reset?
I see.
This is upsetting to hear.
Although Konami is an ordinary girl, we have to polish her so she sells.
Sells what? Sex? Sex appeal?
You learned fast, adapted well to new situations, had that smile that could be as strong or weak as you needed, and those acting skills of yours. You were.
I like how your character is completely.
You could
I know.
Most girls could never dream of.
Staring off into space, trying to just remove this guy from this entire conversation happening, and it's like, no, you don't exist here, bud.
Well then, goodbye. Stay healthy.
He hasn't even blinked. I can stare at him as he walks away. Now you better keep moving.
That's not fair. After he made me answer? He never told me any of that when we were still working together. Acting skills? Of course I have them.
Look, Reset, you didn't like doing this whole reset thing, so you're gonna go back to not being an idol and just, you know, we'll get to bumping uglies and we'll become, you know, normal teeny boppers.
There's no reason to cry. There's nothing to be sad about. Nothing. Senpai, I don't know why I'm crying.
You mustn't cry, or cry all you want. Look, you feel better if you stop standing like an upside down Y, right? I don't know which one. I don't want to tell someone that they can't cry. They're entitled to cry. They're upset. Cry all you want.
I can't. My eyes will be all swollen tomorrow.
Well, how about a little bit of Visine? That fixes everything, right?
I don't know how, but I lost everything. I'm scared. I'm sad. What's going on? Senpai, please, stay here. Stay by my side. Senpai.
Well, okay, you don't have to keep saying it. An important moment, no turning back. Just stand there.
Senpai.
No.
Senpai.
Come here.
I have you. I have the others. I didn't lose everything. There are people who need me, right?
Of course people need you. She's smiling through her tears. Rank 8, up. I'll be right back. You can't be trusted. You want out? No, you can't go outside then. You can only stay in your room. I'm seeing his head pop up and down. It's hilarious. Jump up and down. Jump up and down. You can't go out in the living room, though. Sit down. No. You're in here with me forever. No. 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 Not forever. Don't be upset. You can't be trusted with the Christmas tree. Lovers! Look at that, rank 8. I'm really worried about the timing here. Really, really, really worried. HP recovery effect at the end of battle has become stronger. No turning back now. We've become intimate.
I'm going home now. My head's all
Hey, I got an achievement unlocked. A special lady.
all over. About how I feel now. I don't want to lose anything more. Goodbye, Senpai.
You want Dora? Dora? Get up and show me what you want. Don't cry. Abby Hatcher, what the hell is that show? We can work as a janitor today. Fun times. I guess we gotta be careful not to bump uglies with that person either. Yumi or Sayoko, or work on the understanding. I think we could work on understanding. That way I can finish that other quest with the dog. Make a crane. Not accomplish it either, but you know. Cheer yourself up. Still hasn't maxed out? Are you kidding me? Does anyone know what the end date is of this? Like, I feel like I could have probably gone into the TV world and murdered Adachi. And I just keep hanging out with, you know, stars and... Your brother passed out yesterday. No one at the hospital knows what caused it. My parents are saying it's because of the poisonous fog. But don't worry about what's causing it. I got great news for you. I joined a club called the Healing Club. I'm going to teach us about how to neutralize the toxins in the fog. So this is like an MLM, essentially. Why don't you join? Yeah, I'd rather not. Are we going to sell, like, Nutribars and what that? Probably. I think I'll maybe start come Monday, because the weekend is all about reset. That's the days that she wants to hang out. So we're gonna have to accomplish that before we jump on into a terrible TV world and start making things work. So all this fog, I bet people with curly hair are having a hard time keeping their do's neat. I got a question about hair. Oh, I think I might be able to get this one. What determines whether a hair grows curly or straight? These questions. It's I love how that's an answer. It's got to be the cross section, because there's people who have multiple colors of hair, and some of them are straight and some of them are curly. Thank God. I really was hoping it was willpower. I heard that from Mrs. Kashiwagi, so if you got curly hair, watch out for the fog. Oh, I was hoping knowledge would back it on up there to the tippity top. Classes have ended for today. Shrouding with the fog. Full on out. Rise, you want to level up? Wait, I thought Rise wants to hang out every day. God dang it. Well, not every day. Every day of the weekend. Well, this hasn't gone well. Catch some bugs. Probably. I thought her days were Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I spent all this time thinking she was going to be my waifu, and now it's getting to the point where I think it's at the end of the month. And it's looking not too good. So who wants to hang out today? Ku? And then maybe in the evening we can do a fortune. Or can I do a fortune now and then still do the understanding thing later? Don't need to hang out with Kue or Ku or whatever the hell his name is. A little closer. Patience is a virtue. Yeah, I know. I know. Getting a little worried. Oh my god, there isn't even anyone to hang out with? Oh my god, alright. Alright. Yeah, I think tomorrow I'll play and then we'll probably wrap up the stream. I got some things to do before I take the little guy to my parents' house, and I gotta go to work and do a couple things around the house. Yeah, patience. Oh, yeah, you just had to go and do that, didn't you? All right, work. And then probably be back tomorrow for Trails to Azure, because it feels like it's been a long time since we've played that with Lloyd Bannings and company. I know Lothar's was looking forward to that too, so. Antibiotic gel. Still no understanding. Moving on up. No, why would that be? Don't forget about the Tanaka stuff. You wonder if this world will truly be swallowed by the fog from the TV. You realize that even if it isn't true, you still need to defeat the threat. Of course. All fog. What are you offering me today, sir? Throw in 4 emergency first aid kits and 4 gas masks for $29,000. Can you not buy anything anymore? I guess not. I was excited about the gas masks and first aid kits, but then I was told, no, you can't have those. Go to the shrine, hang out with Reset, and then call her a day. A shopping channel you can't buy from? I know, right? Like, they're all sold out, but you're going to tell me what you're going to sell me? Come on. Oy vey! I love the kitty shrine. Do love it. Not a bad amount of bugs caught. Alright, reset. No, that's not it. Let's go hang with her. Not do a lot, but, you know, she's just stumbling around at, outside. This very much feels like Stranger Things. Like, after, like, watching that show and then seeing all this black stuff just humming around, and we're just fine breathing it in. Let's go do something together. Sure. Oh, great. We went shopping together. It actually happened with one of my old PCs. The shop I was buying it from said this comes from a this comes with a free VR headset. Only go check. Find no VR headsets in stock. Say sorry, you can't have this when they're not in stock. I had a lot of trouble reading that. As one does when they have a stroke. Was it a good VR headset, though? Can't remember. Like, I mean, I don't know if like it would be an Oculus type of thing or whatever. Like, actually, I have a feeling that I can go to work at the pub and still get lucky enough to go out and do something. Akahiko's getting huge, but it was for free, so I was thinking, can I at least get one when they come in stock? Nope, not allowed. Do you guys have, like, layaway in the UK? Because that's one way of getting those types of things. But sometimes, like, even they don't allow layaway and things like that. Like one way of, like, doing, like, Walmart usually does this. But I don't know, like, if a couple things. But I've heard it working with, like, stuff like a PS5. So, like, you go to the customer service. You go, can I get a PS5 on layaway? You go and pay for it, essentially. And then when it comes in, you get it. So it's sort of, it's like pre-ordering, but not pre-ordering, but it's set aside, but you essentially, they want you to pay for it as of there type of thing. There you go. Say thank you. You're welcome, buddy. Very good manners. It's part of the PC bundle, so I pay for the PC and it's supposed to come free as part. Ah, I see. All right. So we're going to get some diligence, which we don't really need, but the thought is of getting understanding as well. Probably from the guy at the bottom there. We listen to his problems and we become understanding. No! Why is that random?
Yo.
I didn't want to get angry at the shop clerk when he told me because I knew it wasn't his problem. Upper management were pulling the strings, of course. Yeah, that's how it goes. Yeah, so like some days I work at the pub and it's... Maybe it's only because it's a weekend. Maybe because it was a school night, I couldn't do that. Makes me wonder. Still, with the real bad guy being a cop on the case, that really surprised me, man. Now there's nothing for us to wait for. Just got to go kick his ass. Let's get prepared. All right. Well, unless there's some weird question that they're going to throw at us here after school, that's the end of the stream and end of the school day. That's going to do it. Folks, I want to thank you always for popping on in, and we'll be back tomorrow with Trails to Azure. It's been a while for that, and I feel like we got to get back to Lloyd Bannings being an absolute failure of a police officer, and a lot was accomplished today, even though it didn't feel like it. So regardless, 4 hours and 20 minutes, that's a lot. If we can just wait for the 420.69, no, it's not going to happen because that'd be 421. Regardless, Scanny Omega says, ladies and gentlemen, goodbye and good night. Bang. Shall see you tomorrow. Enjoy your evening. Bye.